the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's education system is set for its biggest budget push in years after the Treasury proposed 784.5 billion Kenya shillings for the sector in the 2026-2027 financial year. Appearing before Parliament on Thursday, Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi said the funds will go into supporting teachers, schools, universities, research work and infrastructure expansion as the government seeks to strengthen skills development and improve learning standards across the country.
Mr. Speaker, I propose 784.5 billion for the education. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about defunding education. But in 2026-27, we are proposing 784.5 billion shillings, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budget. Compare that to 2021-2022 budget. Before this administration came into, the budget for education was 526 billion shillings. That has increased now by 49, and it was 24.5%.
The National Treasury has proposed a combined 592.6 billion Kenya shillings allocation to Kenya's security sector in the 2026 budget, with the government emphasizing that stability and the rule of law remain central to economic growth, investment and national development. Presenting the budget statement on June 11, 2026, National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi said a secure environment is a prerequisite for sustained economic activity and investor confidence.
I therefore propose 252.1 billion for defense, 144.7 billion for the National Police Service, 64 billion for the National Intelligence Service, 63.9 billion for internal security and the national administration, and 42.6 billion for prison services. And these allocations strengthen national security and uphold the rule of law. Specific security interventions or investments include 13 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles.
U.S. President Donald Trump says United States and Iran are close to reaching an agreement that could help end tensions between the two countries. Speaking at White House on Thursday, Trump told reporters that a deal was near and claimed a major breakthrough had been achieved. However, Iran has dismissed reports saying discussions are still ongoing and that no final agreement has been reached.
They've taken a pounding like very few people could take, and they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. And we could have had it done the other way, I guess, but it would have taken longer. They got hit very hard recently, as you know, and I don't like to have to do things that way, but I felt it was necessary. It's a great deal for the United States and for the Middle East, and I think ultimately great for Iran because they'll be able to build up their country and their country. I really believe it's a regime change because I find these people to be much more rational than the people that are no longer with us. We knocked out the first team of leadership, the second team of leadership. This is a different group, this is a different level, and I think it's frankly a smarter level, and it's a level that has reason. And they've all approved the deal. Everybody's approved the deal.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you, and indeed, welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. It's another beautiful day, isn't it? It is Friday, the 12th of June, 2026. Have you filed your returns? I've got to remind you every single day. Ndio usikuja kusema ati guy hiki tumenipata off guard. Woi, sijafanya hii kazi. Woi, na hata nisaidia. Guy, mtu wa cyber cafe. Woi, sina hata stima. Guy, internet imekatwa. City, good morning.
Morning, Paul.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Wacha tu nikwambie ukweli. Mimi kama Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi sitaongelelea watu wengine. I as Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi nilikumiss.
Pole ya?
Jana hapa tulikaa tukachapa show ilikuwa fiti, acha nikudanganya ati sijui kulikuwa na mishap, sijui miscellaneous, sijui miscandalous. Show ilikuwa fiti. Lakini City hapa kwa ofisi watu walinotice huko. Unajua hivyo? Na mimi ndio walikuwa wanakuja kuniuliza Mbuvi City ni aje? Kumbe huko umeambia watu unaenda huko kwa CJ? Huko umemwambia you're going to have breakfast?
Unamwambia kwa nini?
Everyone was like, Mbuvi City ni aje? I even got people were DMing me.
DMing nini?
Direct messaging. Yeah. So they were direct messaging me, including our very own jamaa pale wa security. Mbuvi, kwani City ni aje? So mimi nilishikilia hiyo usukani ya kujibu watu kwa niaba yako. So basically what I'm trying to say in very many words, I will send you an invoice at the end of today, then you act on it and see what needs to be done.
Good plan.
Yeah.
Good plan. Tuma your invoice. But others, how are you doing, Paul?
I'm doing good.
How's your leg?
My leg, as you have noticed, I am walking straight. I am not limping anymore. Even my gait has changed a little bit since the last 2 weeks. So my leg is actually doing quite well.
Good.
Yeah.
You can bounce now.
Sasa hizi hata ball tunaweza cheza. So jana uliketi huko na kina CJ mkachapa story, because I know it was about, media relations with the judiciary. Did anything come out of it of maana?
We're just chit-chatting.
Chit-chatting, eh? Okay, sawa. Utatuambia, utaandika nini, 300 word essay? 350 word essay? Okay, sawa. Did you watch the World Cup opening match yesterday? Mexico and South Africa. You didn't watch?
No.
That thing was good, man. We won 2-0.
We is who?
We is Mexico. we Mexico beat South Africa 2-0. It was we scored 1 goal in the first half. Then the second goal was scored in the second half.
But you like the game?
Yeah.
Did the South Africans miss any
opportunities? Yes. Several actually. Kwanza kuna moja nilikuwa sure inaenda kuingia. I can't remember the player who did that particular shoot or shot. Yani nilikuwa nimeona hii imeenda kuingia. But our goalkeeper alikamata vizuri tu pap. That guy is very good. I'm forgetting his name, but I'm sure he's either Martinez or Hombre or Amigo or Miguel, but whoever he is, he did an amazing job. I can't wait to see the other matches being played today.
You were supporting the Mexicans?
Yes, of course. We are Mexico.
You
are you South African, kwani?
When an African team is playing, I support the team. It doesn't matter which country the African team is from. I support the team. I'm not going to support another continent when I have my own continent to support.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that's good for you. I mean,
I agree.
We in a free.
You asked me, so I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Mimi. World Cup. I'm supporting all the
10 African, and I'm happy for you, man.
Now, when there's a point at which there is no African team, then I'll think, and I'll ask, Brazil wako. Okay. Kama Brazil
bado wako kwa World Cup.
Kama wako at that stage, I will go to France.
France pia wako.
This way you ask me why.
Okay, why?
Because the French were the first European team to actually field very many Africans.
And they still do.
Yes. So, this is me being racist.
It's okay. This is also me being a Latino.
Yes.
For the very first time.
I support the team where there are many black people. It's that simple. Now, if they are not there all together, okay, then I will look for the colonialists.
Akina England, akina Spain.
Nah.
Spain will colonize Africa.
Yes, they did.
Which country?
They weren't very good at it.
Yeah.
But they tried.
Huko juju
karibu na Mediterranean.
Na ikaanguka wakachana nayo.
Yes.
All right. So they weren't paying attention in the colonial class.
No. They focused on Latin America.
Yeah.
Huko ndio.
Oh yeah. Yes, by the way, because a lot of the
huko ndio walienda na bidii.
Many countries there speak Spanish.
So that is exactly how it is. I support football.
Which is good.
So you've seen how I progress.
Yeah. But you know,
if the colonialist isn't there, then I will think and say, okay, who are the underdogs here? Okay? Croatia, these teams from countries that...
By the way, Croatia, usiwa underestimate.
Oh no, I've seen them play.
Croatia.
I've seen them play.
Yes.
Okay? So, but I'm telling you how I think. Then I'll go there. I have a method.
Okay.
For now, African teams.
Okay. But you know, majority of Kenyans and Africans, because I was looking at social media as the game was ongoing, Bwana, people were supporting Mexico. Africans, that is. Many Africans were supporting Mexico.
You know why?
The Afrophobia that is currently ongoing there.
Mimi, I have told you my position.
Hata kwa social media ulikuwa unaona mtu anaandika Mexico 2, xenophobia nil. And I was like, okay, guys. But I hope South Africans, not the team players, because I'm sure the team players, they're just doing their patriotic duty, which is a good thing, just like every other player in the World Cup right now. But I honestly pray and hope that South Africans are seeing what is going on, and specifically those South Africans who have got this dislike for fellow Africans and perhaps even for other what are they called, ethnicities.
Whatever you're seeing, I would not even refer to that situation with reference to South Africans. No. They are leaders who are fanning this particular fire and creating the narrative and pointing their people who are supposed to bring about this disturbance in the direction. Because it's not, you will find the problem in certain parts of South Africa, more so in others. KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape.
So ndio maana nasema ninaomba ya kwamba whether it's the leaders or even just citizens themselves who could be having this ill feeling towards fellow Africans, I hope they are seeing what is happening, because World Cup ni kionjo tu. Sababu ikifika mahali watu waseme boycott South Africa, my friend, itakuwa noma tena sana, because South Africans have got businesses all over the world. And I would hate to see someone's business going down just because fellow countrymen have ill will towards others.
Paul, it's happened in this country where people have boycotted certain businesses. Hiyo kitu si ngumu na haiko mbali.
Nakumbuka wakati fulani Raila alisema resist. Bwana watu wali resist.
Oh yes, they did.
It was a proper resistance.
They did. They did. So it won't be the first time that has happened. Oh yes.
And you know, globally, when your company is resisted in the manner that Raila was telling people resist, bro, your business will go down. Your business will go down.
If your business goes down by 30%, and that 30% is the margin of profit that you deal with, you're in trouble.
And then now, mtu mwenye ako South Africa mwenye amekuwa akifukuza watu kwao, ako tu sawa.
Wacha hivyo. Alikuwa hana kazi, sio? The next thing that will happen is that cousin of his who actually had a job will certainly be at home not having a job.
Yes. And that's how you see crime rates going up.
Yes. And the other cousin who knew they had a job, 30% business down, 30% labor cut.
Kabisa. Ndio hiyo sasa.
No, the ripple effect of some of the things that are being done, people do not see it. But believe me, they will be there. So that the politicians have to decide in South Africa. They have to decide how it is they want to handle this issue. Yes.
Let this serve as a lesson, because I can assure you, every other game South Africa will play, win or lose, I am sure many Africans will be supporting the losing team, or rather the opposing team. Sorry, win or lose. Kuna watu walikuwa wanasema even if the stadium is empty and South Africa is playing, they will support the empty stadium as opposed. It's a message they're trying to pass.
It is. I support the Africans, including South Africa.
Good for you, bro.
Ili ujue.
But let me let you know that we Mexicans, we beat South Africa. Okay, we beat you 2-0.
I want to assure you, it was just the beginning. We have other matches.
Yes, we do.
And you will see our performance. We will do better.
Sawa. Today is 12th of June. It is World Day Against Child Labor. This one, of course, is according to the United Nations. Wametenga siku ya leo to be World Day Against Child Labor. If you're still hiring children, bana, something is wrong with you. And the theme for this particular year is Red Card to Child Labor, Fair Play for Children, and Decent Work for adults. The theme, and ni kama wanaenda na historia World Cup, Red Card to Child Labor, Fair Play for Children, Decent Work for adults. There you have it. Keep that in mind. You can check out the United Nations website, that is un.org, and you will get more details as far as this day is concerned, and also how you can contribute in terms of participation and just ensuring that you're in line with what the UN is saying, and of course just moral standards bana. Kuna vitu zingine wezi fanya kama hizi. Tupatie nini yetu ya Mauritius.
Inaitwa methali bro.
Methali ndio hiyo sasa.
Ninio Ninio ya methali.
Tupatie ninio ya methali.
All right. Okay, this is our final proverb.
Yes.
From the Republic of the Mauritius. Rulers are like hills.
Rulers are like hills.
Bado ni ya kwanza baba, naendelea. When darkness falls, they all look alike.
When darkness falls, they all look alike. Rulers are like hills. When darkness falls, they all look alike. Okay. By rulers we mean the people who oversee,
hata ambao tumechagua,
our leaders, our politicians. When darkness falls,
our servants who think they are our lords, those ones, yes.
Ni kweli kwa sababu we even hear that a lot of these things, deals and other kinds of political organizations usually happen at night. Because during the day they will come and tell you, this one, city is bad, city is fat, city is tall, city is this, and they tell you a lot of things. And then at night, that person is with city planning the next strategic.
Ati city ulisikia vile nilizungumza? Lakini maze wajua hungesema ile.
Bana. Lakini kesho hebu guzia nywele yangu, nataka kusikia tu utasema nini juu ya nywele yangu.
Basi ndio.
Yeah. So rulers rather are like mountains.
Hills.
Hills, yes. At night they all look the same.
Unapatia sifa nyingi sana. Hills.
Because you can't tell that is a rough hill,
you can't.
A smooth hill.
In the dark you just see the shape.
You can't tell whether it has ice caps or not.
You actually can't see anything. At best, kuna ka silhouette utaona hapo.
Ndio.
And that's as far as.
Lakini zaidi you will say those are hills, period.
Wisha.
They are the same. Nimependa hiyo.
Ni mzuri?
Watu wa Mauritius nilikwambia watu wanakuanga na akili.
You hold them in high regard.
Watu ni wanoma.
Okay.
Watu ni wanoma.
These people are full of normal.
Okay. Now, let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines here. So there's a story here on health and wellness. It's written by Maureen Kinyanjui. And it says this: condom sales rise amid health funding cuts and stock shortages. You remember that thing that US did when they withdrew funding for USAID? And it was affecting reproductive health. It was affecting also malaria and other issues. Sasa wa Kenya apparently wamesema juu mtupatii hizi CD za bure tutazinunua, whether you like it or not. So let me just read this, As cuts to foreign funded health programs continue to reshape access to reproductive health care, new data shows Kenyans are increasingly buying condoms from shops and pharmacies, helping keep demand strong even as public supplies come under pressure. Figures released by Population Services Kenya, that is PSK, indicate that sales of trust condoms climbed to 27.3 million units in 2025 alone, up from 26.5 million units recorded the previous year. So wait, this is like a difference of what? 0.8 million. Yeah? So the growth came at a time when donor support for family planning and reproductive health programs continued to decline, forcing more consumers to turn to commercial outlets for products that were previously available through subsidized channels. Yani City, let me ask you. Pole sana. The US was funding our kutafuta jina ingine niita tabia yetu.
That comes under reproductive health.
Yes. So they were funding, of course, our condoms, now that we are being told walikuwa na fund pia contraceptives and so on and so forth. Yani tulikuwa tunangoja mtu mwingine atufanyie family planning, atuzuie kupata ukimwi, atuzuie kupata magonjwa mengine ya zinaa. Come on guys, hiyo pesa hata ichukuliwe kabisa, hata wasitupatie hata kidogo. Kama unataka kufanya hii tabia mbaya, nenda ukanunue na pesa yako. But there you have it. So clearly, even after the aid was withdrawn, you guys can actually afford this. And that's why they said, bana guys, we are funding people's sexual activity in Africa, surely. All right. Monica Juma takes oath as head of UN Vienna office. Kenyan diplomat Monica Juma has officially taken up one of the highest ranking positions ever held by a Kenyan within the United Nations after being sworn in as Director General of the United Nations Office at Vienna and Executive Director of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Juma took the oath of office before United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Thursday, that is yesterday, marking the start of her leadership of two major UN institutions that play a central role in promoting international cooperation on justice, security, and crime prevention. The swearing-in ceremony marked a major step in Juma's long career in public service and diplomacy, placing her at the forefront of global efforts to strengthen the rule of law and address growing security challenges facing countries around the world. Wacha mimi niulize tu ile swali na kuanga ya maana ukipata kazi mpya. How much do you think persons in this position get, City Muga?
Mshahara?
Mshahara inakuwa ngapi?
I cannot guess. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. But,
is it something that is in the public domain?
If they're paid, if it's an international salary, you're going to be paid in dollars.
For sure.
Yes.
Because she's in Vienna,
yes.
Number one. So she's the head of the office at Vienna, and she is the executive director of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. So office yote ya Vienna ende amesimamia.
Yeah, Vienna is one of the UN centers. Wajua kuna Geneva, kuna Vienna, kuna New York na kuna Nairobi.
Ndio.
Yes. So that's not a small job.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
It's not a small job.
Mimi nataka kujua mshahara. Kazi amepata ni sawa. Me, I just want to know how much.
Itakusaidia nini?
Nataka tu kujua ndio niseme guy Monica Juma anapata X amount of money. Anyway, we shall be checking that as we move on. But congrats to Monica Juma, and we wish her all the best in her new job. Hizi kazi mtu anashikilianga for how long?
Yeah, it's a contract job.
Yeah.
Probably 3 years.
3
Probably
years.
5 years, I don't know.
3 years kidogo bana.
Yes.
And is it renewable, by the way? Ama once you've had it, once you do your 3 terms, your 3 years, you bounce.
No, it is renewable.
Hey. Alliance High School petitions Parliament to end ban on dreadlocks in schools. Ipi anauliza City atuambie. But a student from Alliance High School has taken his concerns over school grooming rules to Parliament, asking lawmakers to review policies that ban dreadlocks and require learners to shave their hair, saying the rules should be changed as part of efforts to address unrest in secondary schools. Now, the student, who is a minor and cannot be named, argues that the current grooming regulations are outdated and should be removed to create a more consistent and fair approach for learners across schools. Now, he wants Parliament to direct the Ministry of Education to abolish mandatory shaving and allow dreadlocks in schools.
But the uniformity he speaks of is achieved by shaving your hair.
Very true. But
what?
Aren't some of these practices outdated?
What is outdated about shaving your hair?
Forcing me to shave. No, shaving my hair is okay.
Okay, then why don't we talk about forcing you to wear uniform? Then why don't we talk about forcing you to go to school?
Perhaps we can talk about No. You see, we're talking about I'm already in school. So let's talk about I'm taking this, in that environment.
I'm taking this argument with logical conclusion because we are going to be discussing rights.
Okay. Let's first of all start with the hair. And then we shall get to the uniform, and then we shall even get to the school-going situation. Look, it's hair. Hair represents a lot of things. Hair represents culture. Hair represents fashion, style, confidence. It's who I am. You wear your hair the way you wear your hair because you like it that way. All right? It is your identity. I do the same with my hair because it is same identity. Some do it because of culture. Some do it because of religious beliefs and so on and so forth. So why should it be really a big deal whether I keep dreadlocks or not? Whether I keep long hair or not? Short or not? Yeah?
Okay.
I actually agree with this young man. And I hope they listen to him. At the very least, they listen to his reasons. Na pia wakieza wamwambie, ona, the reason why there is this rule that says shave your hair because of this, this, and this. Na ya wambie, but I also think this and this and this is a good idea and a reason as to why I should be allowed to have dreadlocks. So, all the best. Mama nangeleka mama yangu. Because my mom and dreadlocks are like the North and the South Pole. They will never meet.
The issue isn't the dreadlocks or what people of my generation believe dreadlocks represent.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It is your generation that has issues.
We do have issues.
Because yes,
we do. Because our parents had issues.
Okay. Do you personally have an issue? Would you have a problem with your child having dreadlocks in school?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
All right. Thank you.
I wouldn't.
Kenya proposes
that particular hair style they have had better not be a breeding ground for lice.
That is very good. That's a good observation because also let's talk about.
By the time you're having dreadlocks, you have a lot of hair on your head.
And also, when will you be taking care of that
and you're in
hairstyle while you're in school,
it
especially in boarding
maintenance.
School? Exactly.
Okay.
So wakishajibu hiyo part. So nikikuja nikwambie tafadhali mwalimu allow me to have dreadlocks. Na uniulize okay, will you clean it well? Nikwambie yes. How often? Nikujibu hiyo swali. Na uniulize how will you groom it because I don't want your hair looking shaggy. Nikwambie this is how I'll do it. If I satisfy those rules and you allow me, we even have a probational period. Uniambie okay, I'll allow you dreadlocks for the next maybe let's say a month or two, I don't know. Whatever time we agree on. Tukuje tuangalie after that uniambie okay, it's clean. It's well kept. Na kila kitu kingine iko sawa. Twende kazi. If it can be done, then let's do it. Yeah. Kenya proposes 565 billion shillings to security sector a new budget. Hebu sikia hii mambo sasa. The National Treasury has proposed a combined 565 billion allocation to Kenya's security sector in the 2026 budget, with the government emphasizing that stability and the rule of law remain central to economic growth, investment, and national development. Presenting the budget statement yesterday, National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi said a secure environment is a prerequisite for sustained economic activity and investor confidence. Aye. But unajua kuna wengine wana translate wanasema so mnaenda kununua tear gas zingine ndio mkuja kututandika on June 25th ama is it 24th, na mkuja mtutandike tena wakati wa maandamano alafu mtutandike tena wakati wa election. But either way those guys were going to have allocation with or without maandamano. 3 red cards, 1 verdict. Referees set tone early in the World Cup opener. They're saying a fiery start to the 2026 World Cup has put match officials under the spotlight after 3 players were sent off in the opening game in Mexico City, reviving debate on whether referees are becoming more unforgiving or simply enforcing the rules more tightly. Mexico's 2-0 win over South Africa was overshadowed by a wave of dismissals that saw South Africa's Yaya Sitole and Themba Zwane both shown red cards, before Mexico's Cesar Montes was also expelled late in stoppage time. Now, the rare occurrence of 3 send-offs in a single match immediately drew attention, especially coming so early in the tournament. Now, the figures stand out when set against recent editions. Both the 2018 and 2022 World Cups recorded only 4 red cards across the entire competition, yet this tournament has already neared that mark after just 1 fixture. But let me say something, and this is just my observation, and I could be biased, or maybe it is just what I saw. Pia nilikuanga na usingizi nikiwatch hii game. Lakini si timu niliona watu wa South Africa walikuwa aggressive sana. Ungewatch hiyo game maybe ungeniambia kama kwa kweli uliona hivyo. Watu wa South Africa walikuwa na maziwa wanakuja wanakimbia na takolasi, wanagonga mateke, wana skumanisha huko hivyo. Some tackles were actually career ending tackles. Can you imagine if I tackle you in a way that can break your ankle? You know you're not playing that game first of all for the entire competition and perhaps even future competitions. That means if you're a career footballer, if you're playing for Arsenal or Manchester or Gor Mahia, and I break your foot, that's it, man. You might never get to play that game again. So I noticed that specifically coming from the South African side, but then again I say that was my observation. I could have been biased, and I was kind of sleepy while watching that game. So, but niliona some aggression, and by the time they were being given this red cards, I was like, kwanza usitole huyu, sitole niliona he was trying to do something, and I was like, wena unkala kisela ngokola. So there you have it. Kumbe nani walikubaliana na mimi? Wanaitwa ni watu sewa referees. Yes, walikubaliana na mimi. So anyway, let's see how the other matches will be played going forward. Are the referees being a little bit too strict? Maybe not. I don't know. It's time for us rather to get into this thing we call the traffic. Tuone mahali nyinyi mmekwama, kama mumekwama at all.
Traffic.
Jamhuri, this is a long road. It's looking good. You guys are moving quite well. If I actually expand this particular map just to see if I can see the inroads, everything else is moving quite well actually. Naivasha Road is moving well. Gitanga Road as well. Inasonga. Masharia Road uko Kawangware mnasonga vizuri tena sana. Gatina Primary School uko Viongo, Geshagi na Marega uko Higa Road mko sawa. This is where is this? Here we are. Dagoretti Road as well, not looking bad. Watu ambao wanatoka side za Dagoretti, Kiambu County heading into Nairobi via that southern bypass, you guys are moving quite well. No complaints whatsoever. If I just use Ngong Road and go way back into where is this? As you're heading towards Ngong, you guys are moving quite well. Surely no complaints whatsoever. Let me see. Mali kuna wanga na traffic kama mnasonga haki angai imeanzia Utalii Hotel. You guys heading towards Pangani is really bad, But if you're on the opposite side of the road going towards Ruiru, you're moving quite well. But also if you're coming from Muthaiga Road, by the way, also zero traffic whatsoever. You will only encounter traffic when you join that Pangani underpass heading towards town. But if I go further back on this Embu Highway, tunaitanga Thika Road, traffic ingine imeanzia huku ni wapi? Alaskan Adventures. Now if you're heading towards town, you're coming from Thika, it's bad. It is bad. Huku ni wapi hata? Place called Kamiti Road, yo barabara yote imeshikamana. The only reprieve you have is when you get to when you get to Safari Park. There's a little bit of breathing space there before you get back into this smack in the middle of the traffic way down when you get to Utalii Hotel. And then there is this situation unfolding where, let me see, in the CBD. In the CBD you guys are moving quite well. Really no complaints coming through. Watu wa Landis Road, Jogo Road, Kipande Road, ukiwoko sehemu za Chiromo, State House Road, Valley Road, yote inasonga vizuri. Lakini wacha tuende mpaka mahali panaitwa Mombasa County. Mombasa County mahali ambapo watu City alikuwa anasema wanapenda kutulia, hawana haraka, hawana stress sababu joto jingi tena sana. Kwa hivyo mbona waamke mapema na wanaweza fanya kazi usiku ambapo jua limeteremka. Baringo Road iko sawa, Ziwani kule, Lumumba Road iko sawa, kwa Kiziwi kule sehemu za Rascha Mchangamwe, hizo barabara zote bandarini kule kote kuko tu sawa. Yani kwa ufupi barabara hazashikamana hata kidogo. Huko Mombasa watu wanasonga vizuri, kumaanisha tu kwa na emergency utafika uendako bila stress yoyote. Lakini ukiona kitu barabarani ambacho unafaa kujua, basi tueleze katika mitandao yetu.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let me start with gossip before we get into some serious stuff. The Nairobian front page says, deadly love, hotelier family, horrific murder. Acid, anger and death is what they're calling it. Now every morning, Wambo fed Thika town. before sunrise. Hungry customers flocked to her eatery, drawn by her warm smile and the aroma of freshly prepared food. Then came the morning her kitchen stayed silent. Hours later, shocked customers learned that the cheerful hotelier and her 2 young sons had become victims of a family tragedy. The death of a mother and her boys stands as a heartbreaking reminder that behind ordinary lives and familiar smiles can lie hidden pain that few ever see until it is too late. Now this story is on page 4 and 5. What wananunua wapi acid wanachoma watu nayo? Now this gentleman, it is said that he poured this acid on his 2 children and his wife, and then did the same on himself.
So they all died.
Yeah. All 4.
And what is the background of that story?
They're saying that the husband was estranged, kumaanisha walikuwa wameseparate for whatever reason, walikuwa tuna issues zao. Like ni nini inafanyanga watu wakasirike to the point of unataka kumaliza mwenzako? This is someone that you have been with for a while. Yes, wamekukosea, they probably cheated on you.
Whatever the story is, in a relationship, it is never one person's mistake.
And that's why I'm asking, why would you go ahead and finish someone in this way? Because you know hii ni hasira ingine mwenda, eh? People need to check their anger. Yeah, you're saying?
The psychology. Yes, the anger bit is the expression of what one feels. But let's go further back and ask, why does somebody feel that they are in the position, one, to be as angry as they are? What's the justification? And what is the justification for the violence? Because the violence is in your head before you actually put it to practice, before you actually give it life. What is it about you? One, there is a certain male entitlement that very many men are brought up with. And parents don't realize is that from a very early age, daddy usifanye hiyo, wanaume waingiaje jikoni, and it's a toddler of 2 years old, and you're busy making that fellow feel as though he's a king. Just a kid. Okay? Parents play their role. Fathers play their role by being absent. Mothers play their role by enhancing this particular thinking. That division of labor, no. Easier wanaume. Easier. Now, somebody who's been brought up to look at life in that manner is entitled. You may not think so, but they are entitled.
There's a time I was listening to some radio station sometime last week, and a caller called in and were having a conversation with the presenters, and then the conversation was around it was actually around something similar to this. Like, you know, if you've ever found your partner doing, you know, cheating on you, what actions will you take? Someone said that yatachukua mapanga le. I was like, mapanga le is panga. I was like, yo, man, it's never that serious. Imagine it is not.
I am telling you, that entitlement. How is it that men cheat, and if they are accorded a similar treatment, they suddenly become murderers? Because you feel you are entitled and you have the freedom to do what you like, but this partner of yours doesn't have similar freedoms.
Yeah.
It also speaks very, very clearly of the disparity in the relationship many men have in their heads with women.
But also women see to do it. Like I told you some time back, I hosted a lady who later killed her husband.
Why did she kill the husband?
Because the husband was sleeping with, I think, a neighbor. Now, she found out somehow, then decided to give this man leave, and the guy died. But right now she's Zuko, I think Langata Women's.
Yes, yes. Every once in a while, you come across a woman who decides to kill the husband. Every once in a while.
Yeah.
The majority of the perpetrators are men.
I agree. Yeah.
In fact, let me repeat it. The vast majority.
Ni wanaume.
Yes, it is men who perpetrate these ills.
Yeah.
And it's like you perform that particular atrocious act, then it dawns on you what you've done. Then you suddenly feel, I think I might as well exit this particular stage myself.
You also exit the stage.
I have not forgotten the story of the medical student who was hacked to death with an axe.
Yes.
That one.
The boyfriend traveled, I don't know, 7 counties before Amfikie.
Yes. I've never forgotten that one. Because he felt he had been supporting her. And now the lady, such a person, you don't jail.
Yeah.
No. Such a person, you take for psychiatric care to understand how they think.
Yeah, it's true.
An axe? Huh?
Me, I have caught people thrice different cheating. Bro, you just walk away. Actually, you walk away with a smile. You actually like you unaangalia unasema, oh, guy, so it's been happening. And you walk away. Of course, you will walk away with a lot of pain, disappointment. You will go cry, scream somewhere. But my friend, once you have processed once you've processed all that, unaanguja kurealize there are so many women huku nje. Kuna wenye watakupenda, kuna wenye hawatakucheza, and life goes on. Hii maana mambo ya kuchukua sijui asi unaanza kumwagilia watu bwana. Come on guys, mature. Anyway, that is the biggest story here. Ile ingine tu ni twin brothers, one woman, 2 deaths. Wife at the center of twisted murder case. This story is on page 9. Haya, Taifa Leo inasema hivi, bajeti ya madeni. Hivyo ndivyo wanaita hapa, na kuna waheshimiwa kadha wa kadha hapa hivi. Wanasema waziri wa fedha asoma bajeti iliyoahidi makubwa katika sekta mbalimbali ambayo itafadhiliwa kwa kukopa. Na wanasema hivi, serikali inapanga kukopa zaidi ya shilingi trilioni 1 kufadhili bajeti ya mwaka wa kifedha ujao ya trilioni 4.8, huku pengo la bajeti likikadiriwa kufikia takriban trilioni 1.1. Waziri wa fedha John Mbadi amekiri akitoa hotuba yake ya bajeti. Mbadi alieleza kuwa makadirio hayo yatafadhiliwa kupitia mikopo ya ndani na nje ya nchi. Hiyo utaipata kamili katika ukurasa wa 2 wa Taifa Leo. Alafu pia pale wanasema katika ukurasa wa 4, muungano wa Kalonzo Sifuna wanukia. Kuna msukumo wa kusajili muungano utakaojulikana kama Ukombozi Linda Mwananchi Alliance unaoshirikisha vigogo hawa wawili wa kisiasa. Hiyo ukurasa wa kama nilivyowaambia hapo. Lakini unakumbuka jana ama ni juzi tulipokuwa na mwakilishi wa Saboti, Mheshimiwa Caleb Amisi, alisema ya kwamba wakienda hiyo direction kidogo watakuwa wamesaliti nini ule mpangilio ambao walikuwa wamepanga wa kwanza. Na nikasema ya kwamba wakitaka kwenda hivyo watu watajipanga vilivyo. It's like water, you pour it in a cup or in an amorphous shape and everything just gets into its right places. So things will align or realign or misalign, but at the end of the day people will move forward. US Canada wafungua dimba kuu, wenyeji Amerika na Paraguay wakutana katika pambano la Marekani. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 16. Alafu turuke hapo niangalie kama nyuma kuna kitu cha maana. Wanasema Amerika Canada wafungua dimba. Hiyo tutaona siku ya leo ambapo kuna watu watapatana kule watandikane. Na katika ratiba tutaona Canada versus Bosnia itakuwa tena leo siku saa 4. Alafu kesho kutakuwa na Amerika watapambana na Paraguay. Hiyo itafanyika saa 10 asubuhi. So we shall watch a game at 10 tonight, and then we shall have to wake up at 4 a.m. to watch America versus Paraguay.
You and your fellow Mexicans.
Yes, me and my fellow Mexicans. No. We shall definitely be watching that game. Daily Nation front page. They're saying it's a balancing act. And they've gone on to give several figures here, but let me just read a few. 92.5 billion free primary and secondary schools capitation. To pay suppliers owed 100 million and below, this is 68 billion. So if you know the government owes you 100 million and below, anza kupanga line because there's some 68 billion allocated for you guys. 8.2 billion provision for interim teachers. Why do we have interim teachers? And who is an interim teacher?
An interim teacher is an intern.
Oh. Oh, sorry, it's intern. I read ndaanza kuvaa miwani. It's intern. Mimi nimeona ni kama interim. Yeah, but anyway, 8.2 billion provision for intern teachers. 4.9 billion permanent employment for 20,000 intern teachers. 33.5 billion cash for elderly persons, orphans and vulnerable children. Si tumeanza kupokea pesa?
Gani?
Yeah, elderly.
Inaanza kwa at what age am I eligible?
I think the moment you hit 60.
Then I'll apply.
Okay.
But you know this one, I don't qualify.
No, City. Go for this money.
No. I'm telling you I don't qualify. Sijaenda ushago. First of all, I need to buy the goats I'm going to be looking after when waje ushago ukiona lazima uchunge mbuzi.
Na kuku.
Na kuku.
Na upande pale tu kunde hapo kwa shamba.
Yes. Hiyo iko I think tayari.
Okay.
And then a few cows, Okay?
Yes.
The stick with which natembea.
You start working with it.
No, hiyo niko nayo.
Okay.
Hiyo ni shapa, kuna brother moja alinipatia moja mzuri sana. Hata iko na jina.
Aha.
Yeah, so I have not, but na hiyo pesa nafikiri ni pesa ngapi?
It's usually what? Is it 2K or 6K?
There's an uncle who used to get it. But that uncle was not very truthful on matters of money.
Yeah.
So I was never really sure what he got. He was mostly...
I think my grandma gets it. I'll ask her how much she gets.
I'm not sure. I'll find out. I'll also find out from my friends how to apply for it.
I think I saw somewhere in a WhatsApp group people discussing that my grandma gets. I'll ask her.
No,
Endo upate city.
I'm sure nitaambiwa niwache mchezo.
No. Ukishaanza kuchukua hiyo pesa, kuja nikuonyeshe venye tutaifanyia. Kuna kamradi mahali na kuonyesha venye tutakaivisha. So city pesa yako na kungoja hapa 33.5 billion cash for elderly persons, orphans and vulnerable children. There's 18 billion fertilizer subsidy program, 4.9 billion in Nyota program. So we're going to do another Nyota, and this time around
there was part 1 Nyota.
Yeah, the 5 billion.
There was going to be a part 2 Nyota.
Yeah. So now they have another 5 billion when it's 4.9 billion.
But we need a report on what that first Nyota has achieved before we talk about the second Nyota.
Yeah.
Because the people who are given money should have been active in one way or the other.
Oh, yes.
And the activities will record a certain degree of progress. And this is the progress we'd like to hear about.
I have no problem with this Nyota program. But this time around, President asianze kupiga hizi maraundi akienda kila ward.
Oh, that he will do.
No, bana.
Where? When you're president, then you can do the things you're saying.
Yeah, but now...
That's his style.
Unajua shida yako sitini utakangi kusikia point yangu.
But Paul, I've heard your point and I'm saying your point is as valid as you want it to be. And I'm telling you, we are witnessing how somebody goes about their business. It's his style.
No, he shouldn't go around dishing out this money.
Paul.
It is his style, City, I agree, but I'm trying to advise the president. Kama anasikia, tafadhali mheshimiwa rais, usizunguke ukipeana hii pesa.
And you have
wewe peana tu pesa huko.
And you have this idea that he needs your advice.
But I am a Kenyan. He's my president.
No,
I am his employer.
Thank you. I was rather waiting for you to say ufike hapo.
I'm his employer.
Yes.
I can tell him don't go, but I know he will still go.
Paul.
But my employer here tells me don't go, I go, I'm fired.
You know, when we're discussing political activities, we must not confuse them with development processes that do not actually need political mobility. Once the thing starts. But anything that will present a politician in a light that they consider favorable, you can talk until you are dark green in your face.
Yeah, they will still go ahead
and do what they want. Yes.
9.4 billion to settle the landless, and then there's 1.1 billion rural Kenya financial inclusion facility. What is this? 1.1 billion rural Kenya financial inclusion facility. And it's 1.1 billion.
I'm certain that it has been explained. Whether that explanation will make sense to you is a completely different matter, but I am certain it will be explained.
So some winners here wanasema VAT exemption for large commercial aircraft, dialyzers exempt from VAT.
Go ahead, go on.
Yeah, to lower cost of renal treatment.
Yes.
Removal of excess duty on bottled water. Okay. Duty-free importation of inputs for assembly of smart telecommunication devices. Duty-free importation of raw materials for manufacture of motorcycle parts. And import declaration fee and RDL railway development levy exemption for mobile phones. Those are some of the winners. The losers: VAT on mitumba, 25% excess duty on mobile phones, 35 or 25.
How much on mobile phones?
25% excess duty.
Imeongezwa.
Hii tulikuwa tumeshaambiwa hii itakuja. 35% or 25% customs duty for importation of finished textile products. So wametax mitumba na bado wametax nguo. Anyway, hizo zote ni imports. 20% withholding tax on winnings from lotteries and prize competitions. Watu wa betting mumefikiwa. 35% customs duty on importation of selected processed agricultural products and 10% excise duty on imported and locally manufactured plastic articles. There you go. I'm done.
The Standard refers to these matters of the budget as harsh realities. That's the bold headline. Treasury's 4.82 trillion budget promises growth, stability and shared prosperity, while acknowledging there are challenges that will make the going tough. But for many Kenyans, it offers little escape from the crushing realities of daily life. As fuel prices rise, inflation bites, and household income shrink, traders, farmers, border riders, and small businesses fear tougher days ahead for millions of families. The success of CS John Mbadi's budget will not be measured in projections or parliamentary applause, but in whether life becomes more affordable. This is by far one of the most beautiful headlines and summation I've actually ever read. They have summarized this thing beautifully.
Yeah.
If at the end of the day, the Mwananchi does not or cannot be promised that his life is going to improve.
Okay.
Whoever wrote this, kudos to you. Excellently captured, very, very well written. Because it is for those people that we do the things we do, so that all of us can have the guarantee of a certain minimum quality of life.
Yes.
Quality. That assurance must be there.
I agree.
Yes. Mixed budget is what the Business Daily calls it. Right. State plans to pay 155 billion in pending bills. This story is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. The Uhuru government on two separate occasions, if my memory serves me right,
Yes.
put aside billions as well to pay pending
bills.
These pending bills never end.
Clearly, they don't.
And it was to clear, not just to pay, to clear pending bills. They never end. And there is no money which remains. You are told this has been put aside. When you next hear, they're still pending bills. At some point, they have grown. This is a story.
It is what it is.
It's a story. Minister silent on employees' tax reprieve. Okay, that's fine. Forcing the NSSF to revert to old rates would trigger an immediate liquidity crisis and disrupt mega projects. Jaindi Kisero. That is an article that I will look at in greater detail, because it's not just for today. That speaks volumes to very many things that we are looking at. In the Weekend Star, there's a CSA page, United Opposition, why they face an uphill battle to name the candidate. Let them sort themselves out. Court allows mom of slain singer Wandeto to bury her remains. There are stories in this country that really target you.
Ati mom says?
The court allows the mother to bury the remains of the daughter.
Kwani walikuwa wamekataa?
Si watu kuna wajua kuna kuwaka na mzee mmoja ni bwana na yeye pia
kuna entitlement.
Yes, exactly.
Sawa, tumeelewa
sasa.
Sasa
Inabidi mambo iende kotini. PS, affordable housing plan to stay. The government has allayed fears that Kenyans who buy homes under the affordable housing program will lose their investments in the event of a future change in government, Housing PS Charles Henga said in a press statement that Kenya is a constitutional democracy founded in the rule of law, meaning, bro, hiyo nyumba ni
yako.
Yes. Media urged to deepen Kenya-China people Media urged to deepen Kenya-China people-to-people ties. Okay? Bang in the middle of this particular paper, Ruto's focus on building human capital, safeguarding stability. Schools, roads, and hospitals top in Mbadi's 4.8 trillion budget. The picture of CS Treasury and is with this gentleman who is the leader, Assembly Minority Leader Junaid Mohammed, with delightful looking suits and that briefcase that they all carry when they're in that particular docket. Smiling what for, I don't understand. And maybe they're smiling for the photo op.
Maybe they are.
In this country, people believe that you when you take a picture, you must smile.
Yeah, and sometimes even the photographer says, "Say cheese," and analazimisha kucheka hata kama mmekosana.
Na hiyo ni sawa tu. But it's good. It's a good picture because if they were frowning, it would look much worse.
Yeah.
Yes. That is what is in the Weekend Star.
Okay.
Start again.
Let me just say this. George Ndongo, greetings from Syokimau. George Ndongo is watching. All right. Robert Mbogo amesema good morning from Mombasa. Good morning to you, Robert Mbogo. Louise Ager. Morning, movie. Tell the old man that if Musa Juma was still alive today, he would have fit in his profile. Who's Musa Juma?
Musa Juma is a musician. He comes from a neck of the woods. The man was a serious crooner. Delightful music.
So anakufananisha na Musa Juma.
Fananisha.
Acha niseme hivi. Morning, movie. Tell the old man, you're the only old man here. I am not old.
No, you're definitely not old, bro.
Movie. Tell the old man that if Musa Juma was still alive today, he would have fit in his profile.
Well, that sounds to me like a compliment. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
I liked and I still like Musa Juma's music. Yes.
Is there? Can you give me a title of a song that he has sung?
No.
Is there a famous song that? Because I know
that man's music. I don't know which one to choose. They're all good. There's no song that man sang that I know of that I would consider was not good.
Musa Juma. Musa Juma was born in 1968 and died in 2011 in Mombasa. There's a song he's sung called Christina. Christina, alafu kuna kadha hapo. Kuna Siaya Kababa. Is this the same person?
Siaya Kababa. That is how it is pronounced.
Siaya Kababa.
Siaya Kababa. Yes. His songs were, believe me when I tell you that his songs were delightful to listen to and still are. Take my word for it.
Kuna ingine inaitwa Oyo Daktari.
Yes.
Oyo Daktari meaning?
There's a doctor called Oyo.
Oh.
Aliimbwa.
There's another guy currently singing. Naonanga everywhere I go, every club I go napatanga ngoma yake ikiimbwa. Jamaa nimesahau venye anaitwa. Oh my goodness. But he sings in a very funny voice. And even his video is okay, I find it hilarious. Anaimbanga baby. Sijui kama unajua jamaa. I might not have done justice to that track, but anyway.
Maybe Paul, the other people I like are the musicians from your neck of the woods.
Katiboy mwene.
Those people move from 0 to 200 kilometers an hour in exactly 1 minute.
Keno Maria. Hivyo ndivyo tunakuaga.
Yaani wanaanzaga tu na unaenda na ikiendaga.
Lazima ukeep up. Haya. Luis Rudasingwa amesema good morning. Well, good morning to you too, Majok. Good morning, Wangwana Tuko area. Douglas Kibogong saying, morning, gentlemen and lady. CT, when you were away, Mbadi pronounced himself. See, he read the budget.
He was going to.
Kageba Mbodhami amesema, mwalimu, karibu back. Kiulizo tu, ulikuwa unafanya nini judiciary? Is there jury duty in Kenya?
Hapana.
Ulikuwa unafanya nini huko?
Ilikuwa tu mkutano. Watu wa media wanakutana wakipiga story na
CJ.
Yes. No, watu wa judiciary. It's wajua the media in this country
Yes.
has a role that it must play.
Yes, it does.
And it is good when one of the arms of government takes time to simply say, guys, can we have a little chat? Okay? That's all it was.
Okay.
It would be good if Parliament also did the same and said, guys in the media, can we have a little chat? And the executive tries from time to time, where you find journalists going to interview the president.
Yes.
But this one was not an interview. This was a chit chat. So you were drinking.
She wanted to pick your brain, and you also pick hers.
You, as I said, the judiciary. You said you want to chit chat. That's really a chit chat.
Okay.
Yes.
Lakini your breakfast ilikuwa ya nguvu. Okay. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa nakiuliza nauliza. Good morning City. Now this is Willis Juma. Good morning City and movie. South Africa players are wazes and too physical. Walikuwa nakani kama wamekula chumvi kidogo. Yeah, they didn't have white hair, but they might as well have had it because if you looked at the Mexicans were quite young. But these South Africans walikuwa nakani kama kidogo, alafu walikuwa physical bana. Watu walikuwa na tackle watu vibaya.
Paul. We know the team you are supporting.
Yes.
And it is good that you support the Mexicans.
All right.
I support the South African team.
And I said, good, and I wish you all the best, man.
The next game, I will watch.
Mutatandikwa. Acha nikwambie ukweli. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Thousands of low-income workers hoping for a tax break will have to wait a little longer. This is after Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi failed to announce a tax exemption for Kenyans earning below 30,000 shillings a month during the 2026-2027 budget presentation. Mbadi said the proposal is still being considered but did not give a timeline for when it will be introduced.
Even if it is not in the finance bill, it is not off the table. We are going to make sure that the promise by the President and the CS National Treasury will be implemented. So we wait for this. Yeah. And you see, I've explained this, that there was some data and analysis that we were doing. We have now agreed.
Families of the 15 students who died in the Utumishi Girls Senior School fire tragedy are today expected to receive the remains of their loved ones for burial. The move brings relief to parents who had endured days of uncertainty despite DNA identification of the victims having been completed. Authorities say the burial process has been fast-tracked following appeals from grieving families seeking to lay their children to rest. 7 bodies recovered in Mwingi, Kitui County have been transferred to the city mortuary in Nairobi. The bodies were moved to the capital with identification process expected to begin this week. Questions are now emerging over the identities of the deceased and how their bodies ended up in Mwingi. Human rights bodies have also raised concern over the incident, calling for action from authorities.
Why are we seeing mass graves in our country coming up in different parts, of this republic? And the security agencies, what is the role of security agencies in ensuring that they protect the lives of Kenyans wherever they are? We have been in touch with the Nairobi Funeral Home officials. They have taken the fingerprints, and we are hoping that through the National Registration Bureau, we'll be able to identify these bodies.
President William Ruto is urging investors from Finland and other European countries to invest in Kenya, saying the country has become a leading center for innovation and technology in Africa. Speaking during his state visit to Finland, Ruto pointed to the success of mobile money platform M-Pesa as an example of Kenya's global competitiveness. He said Kenya offers a safe and attractive environment for investment, particularly in the digital economy.
For Finnish companies, Kenya is the strategic gateway to Africa. A young market, an innovative private sector, strong regional connectivity, a stable financial ecosystem, and a government deliberately investing in digital transformation. Through the digital superhighway, we are laying a national fiber optic network Through our digital hubs, we are bringing skills, opportunity, and work to all communities.
El Niño, the natural Pacific weather pattern that pushes up global temperatures, has officially begun, U.S. scientists say. The U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has declared that El Niño conditions are now underway in the tropical Pacific, with sea surface temperatures having risen sharply in recent months. Many forecasts suggest this could end up as a so-called Super El Niño. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Kijiji Sports ameniambia there's no age limit in the World Cup. Old or not, they played well, although it's hard to support them. Yes, Kijiji Sports, I agree with you. They played well. At the end of the day, we had to have someone who was going to lose and win or draw. We enjoyed the game despite the issues. Yet out on Manu,
so now you're trying to be democratic about the
No. I am still standing with Mexico and any other team that will play against South Africa.
Yes.
Let me make it ndio kusikwe na confusion yote. Mimi niko na Mexico na mwingine yeyote ambaye atakuwa anachuana na nani na South Africa. But what I'm trying to say is we still enjoy the game regardless. Ref amesema good morning RG. South Korean players in opposite in opposite ya South African players in the match played. Have I understood that message? No.
Read it again, please.
Good morning RG. South Korean players in opposite ya South African players in the match played.
Watch it up to the next item.
All right, sir. Keep on sending your shout out, guys. We'll read them as they come. In this particular hour, we want to focus on the budget that was read yesterday by the Honorable CS Mbadi. That is the CS for Treasury. We look at the gainers and the losers. And with us in studio is an economic justice expert from the Institute for Social Accountability. Brother anajulikana kama Tom Ogada. Tom, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
You're well?
Very well.
I hope jamaa wamekupatia chai, kahawa, kitu moto at least.
Yes, I feel.
Naona hiyo jacket umevaa, hiyo hoodie umevaa.
Yes.
Ni kama una indicate huko nje kuna baridi mingi sana.
Sana kuna drizzle.
Kuna drizzle.
Yes,
oh, it's drizzling.
Yeah, it's drizzling.
What do you mean?
Yes.
Haya, El Nino imeanza
Sijui kama ni El Nino, but I'm surprised I've seen Kenyans walking through that.
Yeah.
So.
Kenyans walk through everything and anything, whether it's sunny, whether it's raining, whether it's drizzling, they walk in the dark. They will, as long as they have a purpose, they will walk.
But it could also mean another thing.
Yeah?
They can't afford fare.
That is also true. There are some who can't afford fare and they'll definitely walk. City has a proverb for you. Okay. He will share it with you. You'll give us your thoughts. Then we shall dive into the budget of 2026-2027.
Okay.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the nation, the Republic of Mauritius. Okay? Rulers are like hills. When darkness falls, they all look alike.
Your thoughts on it?
Maybe in the Kenyan context.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I can bring it in two ways in our context. Every time things go wrong, our leaders find it very easy to refer to the failures of the previous regimes. Yes. They will either say, but I'm not the first person to do this. The previous person was doing worse. And if another person comes into office, they will also pick the same phrase and use it. So that is what I'm seeing. But sometimes also when you are in the dark, when you go down, you might see shadows rising and you think, is that a ghost or something? So there is some bit of unpredictability when you look at that. And I've seen a different trend from previous leaders. And this is that unpredictable shadow. When you go down, it rises. When you stand, it goes down. I've seen of late something that is unique. When there's a crisis in the country, someone would not want to be in the country. That is a little bit different from what we were seeing in the past.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Umesema ushago ni Rusinga, eh? Rusinga Island.
Yes, Rusinga Island.
Watu wa Rusinga are very smart. Which part of Rusinga?
Which part of Rusinga? I come from Rusinga East.
What is the name of the place?
The name of the place, my village is called Wariga Village.
Wariga Village.
I'm being led by my honorable MCA is Okings Okomo, who is the deputy majority leader at the National Assembly of the County Assembly of Homabe. And my member of parliament is Honorable Millie Mabona.
Bad girl Millie.
Yes. We are she's from the next village, so we are very close.
All right.
Yes.
Nimesema watu wa Rusinga. Ati hiyo village umeita? Wariga
Village.
Watu wa Wariga wa kuchinjia mbuzi bwana. Umewarepresent vizuri. Good job. Let's get down to business and talk about the budget. You had it yesterday. You listened to the CS?
I listened to the CS briefly, but at some point I couldn't follow because the CS was preaching.
Okay.
He was not I think preaching is a better word.
Okay.
He was shouting at Kenyans.
What did you think of that budget?
I've seen a little bit of tweaks here and there, especially with the county allocations to counties. There is a little bit of movement because in the estimates that were provided, we had for 20 it has been, we've seen counties have been added around 8 billion to 428. I've also seen movements towards development budget allocation. Initially it was supposed to be 749. They've increased it to something to around 800 and something. I've also seen something that should be worrying is on deficit financing.
Yeah.
Initially, domestic borrowing was supposed to be 995. It has crossed the 1 trillion mark. So that should be worrying. Education, something
Hold on. From 995 to, is it 1.1?
Yes, 1.1. That is now going to come from
domestic
borrowing.
Yes.
With 100 and something.
I think it's 116.
116 to be exact from foreign. That has not changed still because IMF has stood their ground. There are a few things that the government has to meet. So the bit that is supposed to be borrowed from IMF has not been incorporated. Yes.
What is deficit financing?
Deficit financing, that is basically our total budget is 4.82 trillion. Then the revenue that we are going to raise from ordinary revenue, that is from taxes, and also from appropriations in aid, is going to 3.6. So it means up to that point when the budget is 4.8 and the revenue that we are estimating to get is 3.6. It means there's a gap. So the budget is not balanced. Okay? So for us to bridge the gap between our revenue and what has been planned in terms of the total expenditure.
Yeah.
Now that difference is what we call deficit financing.
And in this case,
what we cannot raise in terms of revenue.
And in this case, the difference is what? 1 point.
It is 1.1 something close to 1.2 trillion. Yes.
So this is what we must raise.
That is what we must raise in domestic and external borrowing.
So when you borrow to bridge a gap, that now is deficit financing.
Yes.
Okay. Is it normal for governments to engage in deficit financing? What is an ideal situation for a budget?
For a budget, it is normal to borrow.
It is normal to borrow.
It is normal.
Okay.
It is not very easy to have a balanced budget where you have the revenue you raise that is should be sufficient to do all the things that you want to do. Yes.
3.6 trillion is a lot of money.
Yes, I agree.
Are you saying that we cannot do the things we want to do with 3.6 trillion?
We could. As a country, we could do the things.
Would we be able to meet the needs we have and to also pay our debts with that amount of money?
No. That cannot happen because the rate at which we are borrowing, some are not for the things that are provided for in the Constitution and even in the Public Finance Management Act. So ideally, according to our Constitution, I think in Article 203 or 213, we should be borrowing to fund development.
Let me ask something,
Yes.
Tom, and I'll ask, perhaps representing that person in the village who doesn't really understand the jargon that was being read yesterday. You see, when you're broke, you literally live within your means. So that means chances are you might have to have one meal a day, perhaps even skip some days, have a meal on Monday, the next meal you'll have is maybe on Wednesday, then the next one is maybe on Saturday.
Yes.
So that because you're trying to see how you can just survive with the little that you have. You'll move from a mansion going to a shanty because that's only, I'll go back to the village. Is there a version of that for a country whereby we really tighten our belts to the bare minimum to ensure survival, but we avoid these external borrowings and so on and so forth?
There should be a version of that in the country, and the elites call it fiscal consolidation. Some call it austerity
measures.
Yes, because today if I lose my job at TISA, or if our ID and the management team say that we don't have enough resources, the first thing I'll do is I'll move from where I stay. I have to move elsewhere. Maybe the usual costs, maybe on, let's say, where my kids go to school, I will have to change that. And we will, maybe the diet also will have to change. It must change. We say for now, we have to do ABCD.
We eat githeri until further notice.
Yeah, until further notice, or skuma.
Without mafuta.
Yes.
And kitungu.
Ama without nyanya, you just do kitungu only.
Unachemsha tu.
Yes. So that would be the ideal situation. So when this government came into office, one of the things we were told is we are in a very tight situation. Kenyans, tighten your belt. We are going to do a lot of austerity, introduce a lot of austerity measures, and one, we want to reduce borrowing. We also want to reduce unnecessary expenditure. Okay, and one of the things that was proposed, reducing the size of government. Okay, then before that happened, I think after that had happened, and my fellow Sudanese, the current CS, came into office after the Gen Z's happened.
Sudanese.
Yes.
Good term.
Yes. So what he said is, I think that we have unnecessary number of counties. The 47 counties are too much, and we cannot sustain that.
Yeah.
So ideally, he was speaking the same language of austerity. What did we see happening? They increased the number of president advisors. Okay. Because when he came into office, he was telling us that the amount that was being used in recurrent to pay salaries and wages was less than 900 billion. Okay. But after
this is across government.
Okay. Then after a few months, he reported over 1 trillion going into salaries and wages. That means they had advisors, they created positions, and they created state departments. You know, those came with vehicles, those came with staff. They came with offices that we now have to pay for, and that is where the problem is. So the size of government is really becoming an issue, because the money that we are borrowing, by the way, it is not going into doing development only. We're also using it to pay salaries and wages.
So they're using it for recurrent expenditure.
The CS himself confirmed 2 weeks ago that the money we are borrowing, we are using it to pay recurrent expenditure. And by the way, he proudly says that that is one of the drafters of the Public Finance Management Act, where they borrowed from the Constitution and inserted that all money that is being borrowed must go towards development. And I think because he knows that whatever he is doing is illegal, we should not borrow to fund recurrent expenditure. I think Mbadi should be answerable before a court of law, because he has
actually broken the law.
Yes, he is violating something that he is aware of, something that he is drafted, and something that he is supposed to be implementing.
You know, on that issue of reducing, government, can I call them folks? Someone would argue it's really a drop in the ocean if you look at the larger expenditure of the country. Fine, we added maybe a few state departments here, a couple of advisors here, but if we add all that money together, in terms of now the salaries that we are paying these folks, it's really a drop in the ocean compared to the larger budget. I don't know how you'd respond to that.
That's true. But there are other things. You know, I've just talked about the size of government.
Yeah.
Okay. Even before the size increased, there's a lot of wastage happening in the government. And that is the question that you had asked earlier. You know, if you look at this budget, you will be really surprised at the money that we are spending on domestic and foreign travel. By the way, domestic travel is consuming a lot of money, even way more than what we are seeing happening in foreign travel.
Domestic travel.
Yes. Domestic. Where places people could go with the normal vehicles, they use choppers. Or instead of using a normal vehicle, all government officials, they now have very high fuel guzzlers. Yes.
You know, like I never understand why 3 CSs would be going to an event where the president is, and each comes with his or her own vehicle, and each of them has a chase car and 3 outriders, and I'm like, nyinyi wote mnaweza ingia kwa gari moja.
Ya hawezi.
Mnaweza tosha kwa gari moja muende.
Lakini hawezi.
Kwa nini? Kama sisi tukienda ushago tunaweza carpool tu.
No, every office comes with a car and a driver and a bodyguard. So they use their own vehicle.
Okay.
The appetite that those in the public service seem to have for opulence is something that must be studied and understood. Because if there's one thing that they do effectively, the optics are that they do not care about those who don't even know where the next meal is coming from. Because that constant display, that opulence, runs against the very, 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 very ethos that the government is supposed to stand for.
True.
How in a country like this one, we are not a rich country by any measure. How in a country like this do you have what you're seeing on the one end, choppers everywhere, huge fuel guzzlers, yet on the other end there's an increasing number of people who honestly do not know where their next meal is coming from, and they live in the same country. How do you explain it? This same country, every time you hear of banks talking about the dividends and the profits they've made and the bonuses that they pay, mind-boggling figures. You listen and you say, hey! Now, there's a problem somewhere. The banks make the money because their biggest client, then they're business people. Their biggest client is government. Government borrows short-term loans from these people, some slightly long, but short-term, the interests are fairly high. So they are constantly making money. The only problem with that borrowing is this: it crowds out what the other citizens may be able to benefit from the banks. And the banks really do not see why they should bother with either of us when the likelihood of us defaulting is high, when they can actually lend huge amounts of money to one client who is guaranteed to pay.
So, I mean, in terms of tightening our belts, because I'm asking this because we are always told, and I remember even during COVID-19, we were told, guys, it's going to be bad. So you better do this. People lost their jobs. People had to drop their clandestine relationships because you can't take care of your wife and your clan, and many other things. If we can do that as individuals, surely. There are things, for example, you've spoken about traveling. I was just actually the previous hour I was talking about Nyota Fund, and I remember the way we were seeing the president going to every single word. Meaning now that we have another 4.9 billion for Nyota Fund, haki asifanye hivyo tena. Sasa atulie. Alishafanya ile ya kwanza, tumeona. Sasa ingine aachie directors, PSs na machiefs wapeane pesa. Because moving the president from one location to another is not a cheap affair.
Very true.
But it doesn't have to be expensive. That's precisely the point.
But now, exactly, it doesn't have to be. But unfortunately, in this country, it is, because he will move not only with the not only with the ministry, and the ministry has got several departments. Then every department, of course, the PS. Then the PSs have directors beneath them and many other officers. Na kila mtu anakujanga na gari yake. PS amekuja na gari yake. Minister amekuja na gari yake. Then kuna directors wamekuja na gari yao. And you're like, guys, do we really need all these things to kupena 22,000?
Paul, do you recall the time when many heads of states from this continent and other parts of the world went to bury Queen Elizabeth?
Yes, they were all bundled in a bus.
Did you hear the complaints?
People were saying, how dare you put our presidents in one vehicle?
Did you see? That was not a bus. It was a really luxurious bus.
Yes, it was.
It was not any other normal bus.
No. It was not Nyataya bus service going to you God knows where.
Haikuanga Eldoret Express.
And that was the climax. Yes.
Haikuanga Mash Auto. Haikuwa Mash Poa. Ama Tahamid.
Yes. No, it was none of those buses that you know. Okay? It was a VIP bus.
But I remember, yes, especially Kenyans were like, how? Yani mulitoka hapa Kenya kwenda kwa basi moja nyinyi wote kama mbuzi.
Okay. Does it not make sense? The very thing that you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're all here. Why don't we ask you to all board a bus since you're all going to the same venue?
Destination.
Forget them making noise. Some presidents made noise. Their citizens made even more noise. So I'm getting to a point here.
Wajinga ni sisi.
Yes. People like seeing the opulence. I don't know the joy they derive from it. You know, for that function, there were choppers, and I'm thinking, and that moved the needle for you how exactly? Apart from a lot of dust and a lot of discomfort and a lot of noise, because choppers are really noisy. Okay? The leadership, the politicians who find themselves in positions of leadership create what it is they think will propel them in the image of the voter as being important.
Yes.
And we have chimed in because we believe when somebody drives a Gazla, when somebody goes to a function with a chopper, then we feel, yes.
Now.
That's who you. Yes, exactly. Now, it is a narrative that is as useful as smoke, because it doesn't move the needle. It doesn't better the lives of the citizenry. The reality is, when you look at the cost of the vehicles, forget the chopper rides, just the vehicle that are bought, it may seem high, but if you compare it with what our budget is, it isn't that significant. But the optics are terrible.
You're right.
How do you explain buying a whole fleet of vehicles and people wondering, but see, you found vehicles, have they stopped working? And
last year you bought vehicles.
Yes.
Why are you still buying
new vehicles?
New vehicles.
Yes, exactly. And those vehicles don't travel very much, by the way.
Yeah. And government buys 0 mileage, for your information.
They are brand new.
0 mileage.
So you see, Paul, what we're discussing here, even as we look at the budget, is not just the budget and what it means. The optics, what it is that the citizenry feels the government is doing or not doing, and what it is they expect to be done. And then there'll be the disappointment because they will understand that the things we were expecting will not be done.
Yeah.
So when you have a budget that elicits disappointment at a very, very high level, you have to question that budget and ask, so who was this budget intended for?
There's as you answer that question, there's on the paper, this is Daily Nation. They were saying some winners as far as the budget is concerned. VAT exemption for large commercial aircraft and aircraft spare parts. That's the aviation industry, right? But I want to focus on the losers here kidogo. VAT on mitumba to be charged at importation. What are your thoughts on that? Because we've had people giving us different reactions. Some saying it's good, some saying it's bad. I was listening to some news item yesterday, and there was a mtumba trader saying, "Ati kitu ni baya sana," and so on and so forth. But I don't know, from your perspective.
From my perspective, the mtumba issue has been really controversial.
Yes, it has.
And the CS has said, no. There is nothing on mtumba in this. Then also he's also saying that the mitumba people actually endorsed that proposal. And I want to understand. I want us to understand why, because in the finance bill, one of the things that was being indicated is that whatever was being introduced was for the imported. Okay, for the imported. So in if you look at it from that angle, then it means it is like helping competition. Those who are having theirs locally, versus the ones importing, the ones who are importing.
Okay,
but you know that is going to mean that if you are going to import and it finds its way into the country, the final consumer, of course, definitely will now have to do what?
Pay that.
Yeah, will now have to, because no business person would want to carry an extra burden. They will pass it directly to the consumer, you and myself.
Okay.
Yes.
Then there is that 25% excess duty on mobile phones charged at the point of activation. And kuna jamaa hapa amesema apparently these phones, we are using them for survival. But 25% tax on activation, what exactly do they mean? Activation, because activation would mean once the phone has been switched on, right?
Yes.
So when it comes from wherever it's coming from, let's say it's coming from China. So when it's coming from China, ipitie huko kwa ports kila mahali, hiyo 25% haiko. But the moment I switch that phone on and I put a SIM card, now 25%, is it 25? Yes, 25% excess duty is activated. How? So that means that the price that I'm paying on this on the shop there imeandikwa simu imeandikwa 125 shillings.
I don't know how KRA is going to do this, by the way. I don't know how they are going to do it.
Yes.
But what I understand with this thing, this thing is more than the rate that we are seeing there.
What do you mean?
It is more than that.
It is more than 25%?
No, it is more than the number that we are seeing that taxation is increasing. Let me explain why.
Yes, please.
This is going into the component of data, your data. Okay? Up to now, the government or KRA, they have access to SIM cards because we register them.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So when you bring in a new phone,
Yeah.
right now, there is a serial number that every phone has.
The IMEI.
Yes, that one.
Mm-hmm.
That information will now be connected with your SIM card and with all your information. So the first thing that will be happening right now is the government will know the kind of phone that you are having. They will now do an estimation of its cost.
Okay.
And they can know that this person, if the phone is worth 100K, 180K, or even more, then they can estimate where you are.
Okay.
But worse.
And what would they do with that information?
Worse still. We live in a country where there is serious monitoring of citizens' activities. Currently, government through their
various agencies
can listen to our conversations because of the SIM cards that we are connected with. But if they have access to now this other bit, you cannot hide anywhere.
So this activation, according to you,
yes,
is them now getting access. But you see, for them to get access, I have got to give them that access. That means that I have got to allow them to access my phone. I get the other bit of them listening into conversations, and I've had that, and we see that in movies a lot. They can activate the microphone, and then get to listen to us even when the phone is off. Watajua kinye tunaongelelea.
Yes.
So they can already do that with or without my IMEI.
They can do that, but right now they have gone to an extra level. You know, there are other apps today when we use them. The government or those who can try to listen cannot. There are those apps.
Okay.
We know.
Or that block.
That block. So when I'm trying to imagine those apps that block certain features might now be rendered irrelevant.
Okay.
Yes,
I get your point.
A lot is happening, and this kind of surveillance that we are seeing, I hope it is going to cut across.
What do you mean?
The surveillance is being tightened on citizens for us to get more revenue, for us to know who is saying what against the government. Okay. I hope the same surveillance will be extended on how our money is being spent.
Okay.
The money that has been collected, I hope so.
Ndio tujue inatumika wapi na nani aje.
And two, I hope the same surveillance will be extended to foreigners who are being brought in to invest in our country.
Yeah.
There are clauses in that finance bill that is doing a lot of they are relaxing the rules to those who are doing in the name of foreign investment, encouraging foreign investment and to create a job. But I hope they are also planning to extend the same on that front
and monitor themselves.
Yes.
Well, monitoring, they will monitor. What they will do with that information, you see, at the end of the day anyway, information is power, knowledge is power. So I might have information on you. I know you're an unscrupulous person. I know you're corrupt. I know you even have all these other things that you do on the side. Because I've been monitoring you, I have surveillance on you. But I choose to withhold that information so that I can use it at one point either to blackmail you, and sana inakwanga blackmail. Yeah. Or I wait for the opportune time to pounce. So that is also an option. Tunaona tu siti hapa akifanya vitu anadhani hatujui, but tunajua. Alafu siku moja tunamletea evidence kwa karatasi. Anamwambia now do this for us or we expose or we take you to jail. But back to mambo ya uchumi and looking at what some of these things, some of these losers and some of these gainers. For example, there is a duty-free importation of inputs for assembly of smart telecommunication devices. I'm a bit confused here. So duty-free importation of inputs for assembly. This is assembly of smartphones, for example, computers, smartwatches, and anything considered a smart device. But then again, there's 25% excess duty on mobile phones charged at the point of activation. Are we saying that we can assemble parts here, or rather assemble smartphones here, for example, but still charge 25% excess duty, once they have been activated or what is
Can
going
you
on?
read the statement?
So now, duty-free these are the winners.
Yes.
Duty-free importation of inputs for assembly of smart telecommunication devices.
Duty-free.
Duty-free.
By the way, the finance bill that is going to be passed, we are being told that it is very friendly, but I want to tell Kenyans, it is one of the most technical. This one, the one we are having, it is one of the most technical documents. The CS is saying, even it is in the statement that he read yesterday, that one of the things we are doing is we are trying to simplify. We are trying to simplify all this.
Yeah.
And with the phones, we just simplify. We are not increasing anything. But when you look at what all these things that are happening with the phone, moving them from this to this, including excise duty, then they tell you we removed VAT. Okay? If you do that calculation, the general tax is going to still increase on phones by some percentage. That is what the CS is not telling us. It is still going to increase. So if 16% is not there, but 25% is there. They tell you duty free. This is duty free. Excess duty is not there. Then they tell you at the point of activation there is this that is going to be introduced.
Yeah.
So if you do an aggregation of all that, still at the end of it, the 16% that has been removed
has been reintroduced somewhere down the line.
It has been still reintroduced somewhere down.
Yeah, because this makes sense.
And there is an increase to around 4%. If you aggregate around there, 4% or so.
Because they're saying duty-free importation. Fine, import duty-free.
Yes.
But then you still charge me for activation.
Yes.
So either way, whether I've imported a fully assembled phone or one that has been locally assembled.
Yes.
So this duty-free is neither here nor there.
We were joking at the office yesterday. And I know this has crossed the minds of many Kenyans.
Yeah.
Someone was saying, before this thing comes into place, I have to rush and replace my phone.
Yeah, before it
is effected.
Before 1st of July, yes.
Yes, before 1st of July, I have to rush and change my phone. By the way, Kenyans, we need to think about that. We never know what the government is intending to achieve with this. They never say. You will hear the majority leader later, after it has gone into effect, it has come into effect, is when the majority leader will tell you, by the way, Kenyans, you are very stupid. We added this. He has said it before. He told us, you are the Gen Zs who protested, whatever you are, that was noise. Everything that we wanted, tulishapata. They are in place.
Question number 3, I must do number 4. 20% withholding. Now this again, proposed tax measures for the sectors that have lost. 20% withholding tax on winnings from lotteries and prize competition. Initially it was 5%. Now it's 20%. Na kuna ile pesa unakatwa ukiekelea stake.
Yes.
As you're staking your money. Then so 5%, that one has gone. So if you were staking 100 shillings, you actually staking 95 shillings. Right?
That was before.
That was before.
Now you're staking 80.
No, I think this is now on the winnings, because they're saying 20% withholding tax on winnings from lotteries and prize. So if you stake 100 shillings, then you win 1,000 shillings from your 100 shillings. Remember, you now stake out of 100 shillings, you're staking 95. So if you get to win 1,000 shillings, your actual winning after tax is 800 shillings, because 20% withholding tax has been taken from the winnings, right? Is that
so
what it means?
Essentially, either which way, because if you don't win, there's nothing for them to take.
Yes.
But
they can't tax a loss.
Yes, but as you as you stake, they are ensuring that either which way they will make money from you.
Yes.
When you seek to gamble.
Yes.
So you're being taxed twice.
Yes.
So 95
when you are placing,
1,000, and
when you are
winning.
placing, and when you're winning. Yes.
That one to me sounds something which is not difficult to overcome.
How so?
Don't gamble.
Is it the last financial year they said lotteries and these competitions gambling brought in 88 billion?
It's more.
88 billion.
Remember, if you want to understand how multiplication works, is when you look at the amounts that the minimum amount that one is allowed to put as a stake. But what isn't clear is the numbers of people who put that small amount. When there's economic distress, magic thinking comes into force, and the need to feel that this little money can win you a lot more because you don't have many options, that number increases. So it's not as though if the economic situation is bad, fewer people will gamble. More people will gamble.
No, gamblers will always gamble. Whether you tax them 20% or 50% or even 80%,
yes,
my friend, they will gamble.
The same thing. If I'm drinking or smoking,
yes,
I will.
Whether you charge a packet at 200 or 2,000,
I will have to find a way.
Other things in your domestic budget may suffer, but you will continue with your drinking.
Hata utakosa kukula nyama.
So hapa
ununue mzinga.
Hapa Kenya tu wa Kenya wajue, what Kenyans must just know is that the government saw an opportunity that most young people are into gambling and they are in betting. So they must be aware. By the way, there are very many betting companies that have now joined the industry.
They keep increasing.
Every
other day there's a new one.
So
which means they are licensed. And who licenses them?
The government.
The government.
Yes.
So the government, as much as they were now initially taxing more on the companies, they have also extended the grace to the young person who is also going to start betting.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, if you look at it, really, it's not really a loss. If you're gonna win, if you do get to win, because from my understanding, people lose a lot. So if you're gonna win anyway, and then the government takes part of their winnings, wewe bado umeshinda, because you started with nothing, for lack of a better word, or at least very little. Because you can imagine sticking 90 shillings, for example, and winning 1,000 bob.
Ask yourself one question, Paul. Why do you think there are so many people starting the business?
Because kuna pesa hapo.
Precisely.
Yes.
It's a business. Okay? It's not an avenue for getting free money.
Yeah.
It is a business. And those who run the business have understood that the odds favor them.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Next. 35% custom duty on importation of select processed agricultural products. Processed agricultural products. Hizi ni gani?
I'm looking for how much? What is the percentage?
35% customs duty on importation of select processed agricultural products.
Select processed agricultural products. So that is
this is broad, because
it is really broad.
Yes, a lot of things could be processed agricultural products. Even cotton, when you go ni cotton and processed.
Yes, it could also mean the boxes. It could the peppers, the rim peppers. It could mean the beverages that we use. That is the coffees. When they come back now, they're processed.
Yes.
It could also mean I don't know if this also falls there. The leather, the ones that are coming from the leather industry.
That is also processed.
When we take the raw materials the other side and
for
they come back, they come back as processed. So that is a very broad clause.
Yeah,
that's a very, very broad clause.
Maybe if we get to read the budget on the inside, tutajua na tuelewe.
That's a very broad clause.
All right, so 35 or 25% customs duty for importation of finished textile products. So why is it 35 or 25? Why have they decided? According to the Daily Nation, they're saying 35 or 25 customs duty for importation of finished textile products.
I guess that should be for the foreign who are importing into the country and also the locals who are doing the importation. So for the locals, 25. for the foreigners bringing into the country at 35.
Yeah.
Yes, but now that is now where the textile, now that is where the papers, the boxes come in. So when you are bringing those kind of materials into the country, it has been increased.
Excise duty on extra neutral alcohol reduced from 500 shillings to 80 shillings per litre. Neutral alcohol.
What is neutral alcohol?
Hata mimi nimefanya biotechnology lakini sijui neutral alcohol ni gani.
Acha shitia tuambie hiyo.
Neutral alcohol. Or do they mean pure alcohol that hasn't, alcohol, okay, for example, when you go to your favorite establishment and then you're given an alcoholic beverage, it is flavored, it could be beer, it could be whiskey, it could be gin, so that wouldn't be considered neutral alcohol. But when you import pure alcohol, perhaps, is that what they could be talking about?
Because now you're talking about the 100 proof variety of alcohol.
Okay, haiwezi kuwa 100 proof, inakuanga about 90 hapo, but yes, that one.
I honestly do not know what neutral alcohol is.
Yeah.
So I want us to go back to this taxation on parts
of motorcycles?
No. The assembly of
mobile phones, yes.
There is a term in economics called protectionism, where in order to protect your own industry or to grow it, you ensure that whatever is imported is taxed highly. For instance, if we have rice farmers, if we wanted to protect our rice farmers and encourage our people to eat locally produced rice, we would allow importations, but we would tax it heavily so that it would be more expensive than the rice that we produce locally.
Yes.
If we are trying to assemble phones, we are trying to grow an industry.
Yes.
So what you do is, those who want to import the complete item, we tax you, so that we move the interest of the people to what it is that we are assembling. It's one of the ways in which countries seek to industrialize. Same with mitumba. If you want to import second-hand clothes, by all means, import it.
Yes.
But if we are growing the local industry of manufacturing clothes, we will then ensure that whatever it is that you're buying is expensive, so that the option of buying what is cheaper, if it is manufactured, is there.
And that is what is in the bill for mitumba. Yes.
So there are things that I'm saying must be understood with regards to what it is they're trying to do. The question is, if you're trying to manufacture clothes locally, there's an industry that supports it. The raw material that you need for the fabric that you need, blah, 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 blah. What is it that the government has in place as we speak? Is it in that bill, in the agricultural bill, because you need to grow more cotton. You need to be able to have the raw material with which you can actually support this particular industry. If you say that you want to encourage people in the tea or coffee industry to end up with the finished products that one saw in Germany that made it the largest exporter of coffee in the world locally, it would not be difficult to understand, because we grow coffee. But then you would ask, what is the government's plan for increasing the growing of coffee in the country, so that whatever it is that we're trying to achieve can actually be achieved? Now the question for clothes, what is it that we are seeing that will support that industry? The taxation, we've understood.
Yes.
Is there anything in the bill that tells us, or in the budget, that tells us what the government is doing to grow the basis and the foundation that will then support this industry, which hopefully they're trying to grow?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Shiti is a good economist.
You'd be shocked. He's also a good politician.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, what I'm seeing in the statement is the government is telling us that it is prioritizing. It is prioritizing MSME. Yeah, MSME, and giving them access to some funds. Okay, so that is one.
Yes,
they are giving them access to some funds to support them, and also to also to support their access towards credit. But again, in that same statement, they're acknowledging that access to credit to the people who are in MSMEs has been a problem. And we know where the problem is. Domestic borrowing. So when we have increased domestic borrowing, again, that means we are not supporting their access to credit. That is, that is just one component of it. Then now we can go back to agriculture to see if we have incentives or subsidies that are going to support maybe cotton or any other thing that can be directed towards the cloth business or to support the local production. So when we go to the agricultural sector, I have seen there is some money that is going to 18 billion that is going towards fertilizer subsidy. There is also some amount that is going towards seed subsidy. Okay, but the question is, kindly remove the political side first.
Paul, have you heard me saying anything?
No, I've seen it in your expression.
It's your face. Your face says it all.
So when you look at that, because we know again who is accessing the fertilizer subsidy, and the other question is, just before you come in, we can understand this. In which parts of this country are we still seeing proper cotton being grown? How are we supporting the cotton growing farmers?
I thought we had biotech cotton that is being grown and resistant to worms and so on and so forth.
Is it enough?
Where is it being grown?
Where is it being grown, and how is it being supported? That is the question. Because if we say we are going to support local production of this kind of thing, we have to start from the very basic.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see, that discussion has to have clear indicators of the deliberate action which is being directed at that particular specific.
Yes.
The reason why coffee is where it is because there was specific action that was taken deliberately to enhance the productivity of that particular industry. It has to be. There's no option. It has to be deliberate. Yes.
True.
So, if one talks about money being allocated, man, the agriculture is huge.
Yeah.
It's very huge. There has to be specific monies allocated, and this is going towards this. But more importantly, once upon a time there was an Agricultural Finance Corporation. I know it went down and amidst deaths and all manner of things. If you have an institution that focuses on financing agricultural activities, such matters become easier. Commercial banks do so. They try. They try. You will find that there are products that focus on farming.
Yeah.
But again, if the funds have already been crowded out by the government borrowing, you have to ask the question, how much will actually be available for the individual farmers who may want to borrow for activities like growing cotton or growing whatever it is that they wish to grow?
You see, sorry.
Yes. So to be specific, the primary, the foundation for supporting the local industry on that, there is no plan in the bill, the finance bill, and also in the statement that was read. There's no plan for that.
Okay.
It is not. They are just saying we are going to increase for those who are importing, and the same is not going to apply for those who are doing this locally. Okay. So that is just the component of competition, but there's no way, nothing has been said about how they are going to support the locals. The other thing in market or in economics is the quality of the products that you are producing. If you want to compete, you compete with the quality. You compete on merit. Okay? So if whatever is coming outside is still quality, people won't want to go to get something that is of low quality.
Yeah, for sure.
We know that. So if we want the locally produced materials to compete in the international market, because we should also be, whatever we are doing should be, we are aiming at also exporting our products. You only export standard and quality products. There is no provision, nothing. The bill is silent on that.
Nani, tulikuwa hapa jana na KSSMP, Julius Ruto. And Julius said that in Uganda, for example, foreigners are allowed to come and manufacture within the country, and they're given free land by the government. But on condition, everything, including the raw materials, there. And they're allowed only to export finished products with the labeling of made in Uganda.
Made in Uganda.
And I was thinking that's actually a very good idea, man. Imagine assembling everything, manufacturing everything within your territory. You tell these guys, if it's the Chinese who want to come and make phones, you tell them come. Tuwapatia shamba pale northeastern, very large tracts of land, hazitumiki. Come to Kitui County, huko kuna shamba nyingi sana. Sitiwa cha kucheka. Kujeni Kitui County, tuwapatia shamba huko.
And we also give them a condition. You find our people here, you employ them.
Of course,
you don't come with your people.
You employ our
China.
people.
That's a China problem.
Then once they do that, everything is made in Kenya. So can you imagine using an Oppo phone or a Xiaomi or whichever phone that you want to use?
Written made in Kenya.
Made in Kenya. But it is being used in the US. I think that would actually grow our economy very robustly. But that's that, and I hope we can borrow something from Uganda. As we come to the tail end, yesterday the CS proposed some 3.9 billion for village elders, and he was heckled by members of parliament. I don't know whether they were saying that's too little, or they were saying that's too much, or they were even saying why even give these guys money. But what do you think of that proposal, giving our village elders, wazee wa kijiji au wa nyumba kumi, wale wa kijiji?
It has to be wa nyumba kumi.
The village elders.
Yes, because they are part of an administrative structure. You can't, the government just can't pay you because you're old.
No, there's money for the elderly. This one is for village elders.
Yes.
Those who are in charge of that community.
No, I because of the work, you know me as a person. That is why she thought I didn't know where I come from. I've grown there. I've stayed there. Most often, even after coming to Nairobi, I still go back home.
Okay.
Those guys do
a lot.
They do a lot. Okay. Other than the charade that the current government or the recent government, whatever they have reduced them to, because actually, you know, they should be the first point of public participation. So if we are discussing, for instance, the public participation bill that is before the National Assembly, and we want it to be as effective as we think, because we are being told that public participation should take place right from the ward level.
Yes.
And the ward is very big. It has got very many villages.
We start from the village level.
And these people can help us. There was this. They can help do this.
They are what you call gatekeepers.
Yes.
Bila wao. Kitu haisongi.
Yes. So that is one.
Yeah.
The other thing that is happening between the village elders and the chiefs. Okay? Which is, by the way, corruption in Kenya is seriously devolved.
Yeah.
Seriously devolved.
Ni kweli.
And one of the things that is brooding this, at the top here, guys earn crazy monies. But down there, nobody cares about what they get. So, how do they pay themselves?
No, how do they supplement their income?
Yes. How do they survive?
Okay.
It is when you want to go buy land down there, you will have to pass through them. When someone's child has been raped, the victim or the one who did the same, who did that thing, will give them some money, and the perpetrator, and the case disappears. So I think if that was the intention, I cannot.
No, you cannot speak against it.
I cannot speak against it.
Oh, okay.
If that was the intention. But if it was to control them, to do whatever they want, to whip people, to harass people, then that is a wrong motive.
Wanasemanga, he who feeds you controls you.
Who feeds you controls you. By the way, that is true. Our for us as Kenyans, they say we think through our stomachs, and that is what politicians are doing with the handouts that they're doing.
Okay.
They know after giving us small handouts, we will vote their direction. We'll make decisions based on where our stomach is.
Because that's where our brains are. Tom, thank you so much. This is where we come to a close as far as our conversation is concerned. Salimia watu uko 9. Na uambia tunangojea mtuambie maneno ya kuokoa uchumi ni nini haswa. Mkipata nafasi mkuje mtuambie, au sio? All right. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has allocated 428 billion Kenya shillings to county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year. According to Treasury CS John Mbadi, the funds will be shared among the 47 counties, represent 21% of the most recently audited national revenue, exceeding the constitutional minimum requirement of 15%. The allocation is aimed at supporting devolution and improving service delivery at the county level.
Since 2022, funding to county governments has steadily increased, with equitable share to counties increasing from 370 billion shillings in financial year 2022-23 budget to 428 billion Kenya shillings in the financial year 2026-27 budget. Total county allocations that include shareable revenue and additional allocations from the national government allocations, as well as donor proceeds, has therefore increased from 392 billion to 502 billion.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi is proposing major changes to Kenya's tax filing system that will affect all taxpayers. Under the plan, individuals and businesses filing nil returns will be required to submit their annual declarations within 1 month after the end of the tax year. The proposal outlined in the 2026-2027 budget policy highlights is aimed at giving the Kenya Revenue Authority more time to review and verify tax returns before the next financial year begins.
To provide sufficient time for verification and validation of returns, I propose revisions to the timelines for filing individual income tax returns. Under the proposal, taxpayers with nil returns will be required to file within 1 month after the end of the year of income, because they have nil returns anyway. While taxpayers whose income is fully taxed at source, including persons earning employment income only, will file within 4 months after the end of the year of income. All other taxpayers are required to file their return by 30th of June every year.
A student from Alliance High School is pushing Parliament to review school grooming rules that ban dreadlocks and require learners to keep their hair short. The student, who cannot be named because he's a minor, argues that the regulations are outdated and should be revised to create fairness and consistency across schools. He's calling on lawmakers to direct the Ministry of Education to scrap mandatory shaving policies and allow dreadlocks in learning institutions. The number of people living on the streets in Kenya have dropped significantly over the past 8 years, according to a new government report. The 2025 National Census for Street Families shows the population of street-connected persons has fallen from more than 46,000 in 2028 to just over 18,000 this year. Nairobi, Nakuru and Mombasa continue to record the highest numbers, while the report shows that nearly 8 out of every 10 street-connected persons are male.
The findings of the 2025 National Census provide us with a clear picture of the magnitude and characteristics of street families in Kenya. The census confirms that poverty, family instability, lack of economic opportunities, and I think you add very well that a big percentage of the people in the street are brought here because of the poverty. Substance abuse and social exclusion contribute significantly to street migration.
At least 4 people have been killed and several others injured after a drone strike targeted a funeral procession in the Sudanese city of El Obeid. Rights groups have blamed the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces for the attack. The groups say the strike is part of a series of drone attacks that have left at least 23 people dead since Wednesday evening. The RSF has not responded to the allegations. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Mexico made a winning start to their home World Cup campaign with a 2-0 victory over South Africa in a dramatic match that saw 3 players sent off. South Africa's Yaya Sitole endured a difficult World Cup debut, losing possession in the build-up to Mexico's opening goal before later receiving a straight red card for a foul on Brian Gutierrez. The defeat leaves South Africa with work to do in their Group A campaign. Real Madrid have confirmed the reappointment of Jose Mourinho as head coach. The 63-year-old has agreed a 3-year deal and will begin work when the squad returns for pre-season training on 13th of July. Los Blancos have paid Benfica £13 million in compensation to bring the Portuguese head coach back to the Bernabeu, some 13 years after his first stint at the club came to an end. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back to Radio Generation, the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mung'ala. This is Radio Generation on 98.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, 89.5 Garissa. Siti Muga is here with me in the studio. Na Siti alikuwa anauliza maswala nyeti, especially on that issue of cotton. There's a time we did extensive research on cotton and we produced a GMO version, which was supposed to be resistant to pests and other diseases. So you want to tell me that your kazi tulifanya ilikuwa ya bure?
I don't think so. I'm not just well informed about what it is that is happening in the cotton field.
Yeah.
But we are not talking about something we haven't done before. Kikomi, when it was set up, that was an investment by people from the delightful subcontinent of India.
Yes.
It was because there was cotton being grown in that region. Yes. And Kikomi did produce garments, and Kikomi did produce garments that could actually be exported. And Kikomi took it upon themselves to actually train people, technicians, people who worked there in India. And then they came back and worked in Kikomi. So we had then Rivertex, we had Mountex. It's not as though this is something...
You said Mountex?
Yes.
Okay.
This is not something that we haven't done before. We have. So it's a question of looking at that blueprint and asking, what do we need to change? What do we need to scrap? What do we need to add? It is a journey we have traveled before.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a bit disappointed with this 25% smartphone tax. To be honest, I am, because it is mobile phones are actually now a tool used for production and mobile phones have become an employment,
not just
an office and everything else.
Not just a tool.
Yeah.
It is not, and it's all just useful. It's a mandatory tool.
Yes.
It's not a luxury. I mean, you can buy the luxury version of that particular tool, but it is not just a way of life. It is a part and parcel of everyday life.
Yeah.
Yes.
I started my podcast with a phone. Nowadays, I do a lot of my voiceover gigs on my phone. That is how important a smartphone is today. People are earning good money through their phones. And by good money, I mean money enough for survival. I agree with Munene here saying, secondly, talk about the 25% smartphone tax, which is a regressive tax on survival. If only you knew how many people do stuff on their phone. Let's even start with the border riders. Border riders nowadays survive on their phones and their motorcycles, of course. But a lot of the business they get comes through their phones. That is how they get clients. That is how they get to call and keep in touch with their suppliers. Increasing that tax, man, 25%. Na venye simu siku hizi zimekuwa useless. Hii simu inaanguka saizi like mine is made of glass, top and bottom. If it falls on hard ground, it's a wrap, man.
Si ndio na ile nguo ilikuwa na ivalisha ilienda wapi?
But hizo nguo sitia zikwangi 100% foolproof.
Yeah, but at least it limits the damage.
It does. Yes. It does. But the cover focuses on the back side. What about the front side? Yeah. 25% for me, I feel like hawangeguza smartphones, wangeziacha tu hivyo.
Oh, no. The assumption here is people who buy smartphones have the money to buy smartphones and smartphones. But there are smartphones that are not expensive.
Yeah.
But the assumption is that if you choose to buy a smartphone that is expensive, then you have money to pay for it.
Of course, they're the luxury brands. We're talking about the iPhones and the very high-end Samsungs. And actually, nowadays, every brand has a high-end phone. Even Infinix. Kitambo Infinix, walikuwa wanatengeneza simu za 10,000, ikienda sana 11,000.
Sasa?
Zilikuwa zinachezea 5,000 to 12,000, 15K.
Sasa?
Nowadays, you can get an Infinix that is worth well over 100,000. So they're in the same level with the iPhones and the Pixels of this world and the Samsungs.
You're a techie.
Yeah, not really, but yes.
Yeah, oh yes, no, you are.
Yeah. I'm more techie than you.
Infinitely more techie than me. Infinitely. But no, this is not by yards. This is by miles, not even a kilometer. So when you buy a phone worth 100,000 shillings,
yes,
what does it do?
The processing speeds are obviously better. That means if you're a gamer, for instance, you can play games better in real time and so on.
Games?
Games. Michezo. Connectivity is enhanced. Camera quality
what do you mean connectivity is enhanced?
So for example, we have phones kitambo zilikuwa zatumia edge, the 2G technology. Then we came to 3G. Currently we are in 5G. 5G helps you whichever games you're playing, it's like you're playing them in real time. The reactions, it's faster. So you could be playing with someone in Italy, for example, or a game that requires 2 players, and it's like they're there with you.
Okay,
the reaction times, if it's a game where there's a lot of fighting, ukimgonga ngumi yani ni kama umemchapa akiwa hapa.
And then there's storage.
Oh yeah, storage is also increased. So nowadays we have phones that have got even up to 1 terabyte of storage. 1 terabyte. We have iPhones, Samsungs that are
in a store kali.
Yeah. Hiyo utapiga picha for years before you need to expand the storage, or at least before you need to toa picha uweke kwa computer ama kwa uweke kwa external drive before uanze kupiga picha tena. So when you have storage of 1 terabyte, my friend, imagine what you can store there. Documents, videos, pictures, whatever it is that you want to keep. And for content creators, that is a very good thing. Actually, if you look at majority of the phones that are coming, the new phones that are coming out right now, the technology isn't really changing much, but the camera quality, the camera technology, now that one is improving. They're even improving it to the point of integrating AI into image processing. So if I want to document a wedding, I can literally do it on my phone today. If I want to document a birthday, if I want to document whatever it is, even this show. Nowadays we have cameras that are even better than the cameras we have in the studio here, and they are on the phone. So that's why you'll find a phone costing anything from 200,000 all the way to 500,000 Kenya shillings, depending on the specifications that you as a customer wants. Hey. So
and all this came about from the discussion, the 25% increase.
So yeah, if yes, it did. If you look at the 25% smartphone tax, let's take a phone that would probably, like a really good phone that has got really good camera quality. Let's even put it at 20,000. From the 1st of July, if we apply the 25% tax, yes, this phone is going to cost what? 25,000, right? The person who's probably going to buy that phone has been saving, if it's a young person, who's probably just off campus or still in campus but is a content creator. For this person to save up to 25,000, sometimes it takes anything from weeks to months. So ile ka pocket money kidogo anapatiwa na mama yake, anaeka kidogo because he or she wants to upgrade to this new phone. Now you've extended the period that this person has got to wait by a couple of days, weeks, perhaps even months for them to accumulate this money to 25,000. The initial budget was 20,000. Now they have to buy it at 25. It's going to affect whether you like it or not.
So, is there anything in the budget that brings down the cost of food?
Food? None that I know of.
Well, I'm being facetious, but it's deliberate. And the reason I'm being facetious deliberately is because at the end of the day, if you're going to buy a smartphone that costs X
amount,
should you see the high-end phones?
Yes.
Or if you want to drink alcoholic beverages that are ancient, it means you have the money to pay for it.
Yes, you do.
So if they suddenly tax you an enormous amount of money,
they're
assuming that if you can afford to buy it, you can also afford to pay the tax.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
And yet there's this little detail.
Yes.
I don't know why it is. I have not heard of it or seen it or read it. There are those who avoid paying taxes.
Oh yes. And majority of Kenyans.
Forget this wananchi watukufu.
Kuna wale wanafaa kuwa wakilipa na hawalipi.
There are those who actually generate huge incomes and they find ways of not paying what they should pay because what they ought to pay is significant. What is it that is being done to encourage people to pay their taxes? Not force, coerce, threaten. Forget that one. That one doesn't
encourage. For voluntary payment of tax.
Yes. Because just as you come up with ideas of trying to force, they'll find ways of going around it.
How did Jesus convince people to pay money as tithe, as offering, as whatever it is that we pay every other Sunday?
It was just explained and now it was voluntary.
Yeah.
The reason why it works,
it
is voluntary.
And why is the church one of the most richest institutions ever?
Well, the thing is this.
Richer than governments even.
The church, there's something the church offers that government can't offer you.
Eternal life.
Well, no, they offer you
the pathway to eternal life.
Precisely. and they also offer you a life that is free of certain issues that on this planet you are guaranteed to have if you're alive.
Let us engage our guest in studio atuambie what he thinks about this particular situation. We're still on matters to do with the budget, and the question we're asking is it really a mwananchi budget? He's a community organizer kongamano la Mapinduzi na tumekuwa naye hapa mara nyingi. It is none other than Mzalendo Mutemi wa Kiama. Mutemi, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Welcome back, sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, Buving. Good morning, City.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, as well as can be in this Kasongo economy. Yeah.
City was asking me as you were walking in, is there something in the budget that is helping bring down the cost of living, cost of food? Actually, he asked specifically cost of food. I don't know if you've had the chance to interrogate it. Have you seen anything to that effect?
That's a very good and pertinent question because majority of Kenyans, especially those living below the poverty line, use most of their income on food. And if you don't bring down the cost of food, then it cannot be a Mwananchi budget. And what you're seeing in this budget, the proposed measures, is more raiding of Kenyans' pockets in various ways, in various unproductive ways. We have the 25% proposed 25% digital tax, but also taxation on, for example, the payments that you do, if you pay by card or you pay by M-Pesa or you pay by
so digital payments,
digital payments, anything, or let's say you're subscribed to some digital service, then there's a new taxation that definitely will be passed on to the consumer. So what you're seeing is the usual raiding of Kenyans in a very unproductive economy, whereby if we look at the progressive countries, the countries that we say are developed, how they have done that is by reducing tax burden on the citizens, and especially the capital class that CT is referring to, the people who avoid tax, so they can invest that money in being productive. Unfortunately, in this country and in most of Africa, the capital class does not invest in productive activities. They do what is called rent seeking. And if they are going to invest, for example, they'll build buildings that are then rented out. And if you look at a building, most probably if it employs people, it will employ 2 cleaners and a caretaker. It's a huge, massive investment worth millions or billions. But in terms of job creation, it's not creating any useful jobs. And that is happening across the city. You can say in Kenya, in Addis, in most of these African countries, there's growth because there's construction everywhere, but that construction is not translating into food for the ordinary people. Maybe temporary jobs for workers and that kind of thing, and that is not the budget. It's not, this budget has not reduced the cost of living. If you talk to an ordinary mama mboga who is selling 2 tomatoes for 50 shillings, ideally they should be making more money, but that money cannot help them. Hata akiuza hizo nyanya, it's the cost of that nyanya to hand you auze 50 shillings. If you translate the cost of fuel, which is quite high, when it is then transposed onto the cost of food and goods, it's basically just more punishment for mwananchi.
Kuna restaurant flani, whenever we are not in the mood of cooking, we usually go and buy food. It hadn't hit me. So I went and I paid the usual amount. I usually pay. I think it was 300 shillings. I paid 300 shillings. And the guy there told me, ongeza 100. I'm like, what do you mean? Last week nilinunua 300 hapa. Akaniambia, boss, kwani uishi Kenya? Nikamuuliza, naishi hapa. What's up? Akaniambia mafuta yameongezeka. Like, guy. So it's really bad.
And most probably you're one of the few people who can afford to add your mia. But has your salary been increased?
I've actually never been there. Back there again. So
has your salary been increased?
No, it hasn't.
In the last 1 year or so.
It hasn't.
You see, that's the thing. So the income to Kenyans, even as taxes go up or whatever goes up, they remain the same. Actually, what you can buy with 100 shillings has maybe halved in the last 2 years.
And actually, let's not forget there are companies, businesses, establishments that have actually even have to do salary cuts. And others have closed. Watu wengine wameambiwa ndani nyumbani because guys we really can't. So it's really bad.
And now it's worse. Not only bad. You've heard these stories of secularization of the so-called
housing levy
or housing fund.
The 1.5%.
You know that most people don't understand what that means. It means that the government of Kenya wants to lock that contribution that is supposed to be voluntary, social fund and that kind of thing. For the next 10 to 15 to 20 years. So that they can use it as security for a loan.
So that means that it doesn't matter who is president.
Doesn't matter.
In 2027. That housing levy to Konayo for life.
Even if it changes, until the debt is paid off, whatever debt you're going to take against that loan, whatever period it's negotiated for, and the fact that we owe so much, we already have so much debt means the terms are going to be very bad for Kenyans. So we are talking about your kids now will come to pay for this housing, so-called housing levy.
I have a feeling even their kids.
And if you look at the output of that housing levy,
yes,
what was promised, 250,000 houses per year. Since 2022, we haven't done more than 3,500 houses. So if even what you're securitizing,
wait. We haven't done more
in
than
total. The houses that are finished are not the others Jafika 3,500.
Are you funny?
Yeah, I'm quoting the Architectural Association of Kenya.
Hiyo kitu
their own figures.
Initangwa nini hiyo website yao? Kuna kwanga na wacha.
No, don't talk about what has been launched. Those are PR tactics. Launching and building are two different things.
Yes. Boma yangu, here we go.
Yeah.
So you want to tell me that hizi nyumba hazijafika?
Actually, there are three, can be even more precise. So zimefika 3,500, but it's 3,611 houses. Ones that are complete.
You're saying we have 128 projects available. We have 1.1 million registered applicants. Okay, hizi ni partners.
Oh, that is PR.
Yeah. Unataka kuniambia hizo nyumba hazifika 3,000? Atumesema
3,611.
Okay.
Hizo zimeisha. According to the Architectural Association of Kenya.
Okay.
Own data. Tuseme by October last year, 2025. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything new that has come to line to really change that figure much. Yeah.
But is it possible to actually do 250K per year? Sorry.
Can you imagine the logistics of that, of building that? Yeah. But even the ones that are so far zimesimama.
Yes, those 3,600 of them.
Who's going to occupy them? Most of them are in the middle of nowhere where nobody is going to live because the infrastructure is not there. There are no roads, there are no shopping systems, there are no schools, there are no...
I thought they had all that. I thought they had like a shopping mall within the estate.
Even if you build a building, a shopping mall, are you going to invest there just because there are buildings that are being put? Creating an economy requires. It's like, let me use the example of Mamboga again. We have built markets across this country. In very big, impressive markets for Mamboga and the traders in this country. How many of them are in use? Most of them are not, because we never consult the Mamboga why she's putting those things, her mbogas in a certain place, on a certain path. She has done her research and seen that her customers pass through there. Then we go to pick a field somewhere
and construct a market there.
Construct a market.
No one is going to that field.
No one is going to that. There are very few, maybe less than 5% of the markets in this country actually work for the Mamboga.
You're actually right, because if you even in your own mtaa, you will go to the closest Mamboga.
Yeah.
You will go to the closest Mamboga, because why the hell are you going uko mbali?
Yeah.
Na hapa sukuma na nyanya ziko hapa.
And then the nature of work, So if you work here, it might be more convenient for you when you leave work to go to the nearest supermarket.
Right.
So you might go to Prestigia or Junction or whichever way. So that by the time you're getting home, you're going there carrying bags. You've already done your shopping because it's convenient for you.
And they have parking, they have security.
So you will not go look for a mall somewhere that has been built by government, because it's illogical. I think the patterns of the way people move, the way business works, and even investment, there's a reason why you as a business will go and invest. Some you do market research, you look at the catchment area, are there people to shop? But of course, we also have in this economy where people build malls because they have money, like the 250 million you've stolen, and you don't know what to do with it. So
you construct a mall.
So you just construct a mall without doing research. So we look like the economy is doing well, but basically it's just wash. Yeah.
But I was listening to CS Mbadi the other day. I think it was a podcast. It was being hosted by Professor Manyora. And he was saying that government isn't good at doing business, especially this one.
There's no government that
There's
is
no
good,
government that's
good at doing business.
Yeah, and there's no government that is, unless it's a socialist government.
So now the question I was asking in regards to that is, other than taxes, how else can a government raise money?
Now that is the question.
Yeah.
That is the question. Because what a government is supposed to do is create conducive environment. Actually, should be reducing taxes. The most advanced governments that we admire in Scandinavia, taxation is very low. Okay, it's high for those who have the money. The people City was talking about,
the capitalists,
who have the money, they pay about some 70% or something, but they are still billionaires because the economy returns that money to them, so they are able to be productive, and that money is reinvested in social programs.
Sorry,
there's a video. I don't know whether Edna can play that video of a young man, a young Kenyan man, who this guy. First, he was jobless, so he goes to Amta in Nairobi, and he starts a small business. He buys washing machines and all that. He's washing for his neighbors. So he puts a sign outside his shop, but because it's a huge estate, it's a huge block of apartments, like Pipeline, those ones where it's very hard to find that shop. So he puts another sign somewhere that directs to the shop.
Okay.
So they first charge him for the sign outside his shop. Then they charge him for the other sign that is pointing to the sign that is outside his shop.
Yes.
And then so he decides to expand once he's done. He wants to do another business within the same premise, but unfortunately the space is not enough. So he takes the next shop. They're actually just corridors.
Okay.
Yeah, no, not really big spaces. But the landlord does not allow him to break the wall. So Kanjo comes and says you're operating two businesses, so you need to pay 2 licenses. It's the same guy, just that his business has 2 doors.
Okay.
He's not doing 2 businesses. It's one business, but he's doing 2. But now
is it the same laundry business?
It's just an. I mean, there you start a laundry and then you start selling vitungu na nini. The Kenyans survive.
Yes.
So this guy is just creating his own employment. Now, ideally, a government that works, creating enabling environment, would allow that guy to expand his business painlessly, so that he now creates employment. He employs somebody to help him with that biashara, frees him to think of where he can go now and look for other opportunities, because that's an entrepreneur, someone who's creative and is someone who has conquered that fear of starting business. I think the video is there, has discovered how to employ himself. So he's being productive. Yet what is the economy doing? What is the government doing? It's punishing him for solving the joblessness that this country has. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's a 4-minute video. I don't know if we'll play the entire video, but let's listen to it kidogo as she fixes the audio. So it's not making business easy for him to do business, rather, si ndio? Hebu tumsikize kidogo.
Ndio ilikula domob kwa sababu alikuwa anasema that one is directional. Imagine your arrow peke yake. Hiyo arrow peke yake inafanya iko 11,000 and something. Total ilikuja 16,200. So leo amekuja wakaangalia kuna makosa but wakasema kitu moja. Umeona hapa sasa, angalieni hapa ndio washing area, hapa ndio reception. The first time nilikata license nilikuwa tuna hii area peke yake. So wakasema ikagrow nikachukua hii. So wakasema now I need 2 licenses since it has 2 doors. Door ya kwanza na door ya pili. So since the original license ilikuwa hii, I need to cut sasa for this door. Right. So cost itakuwa kitu kama 22,500 plus let's say 75, itakuja around 30,000. Add na hii inamaanisha licensing for the year itakuwa around 50,000. Divide that itakuwa kitu kama 4,200 per month. Yenye inaenda kwa kanjo peke yake. Now, most, because this qualifies as a micro business, less than 1 employee, less than 1 million turnover per year. So, most of them make between 5,000 and let's say 5,000 to 15,000 profits, and of that 4,000 inaenda kanjo. So nilikuwa naambia hawa say that you can't make a business that way. As in, to be honest, heri tu mtu afunge biashara hii Kenya. Na unajua bado hii kukua imeisha, kwa sababu kitambo I used to display this Nigerian bands hapa nje, but nikaambia that is a form of advertising, so lazima nilipe. Unaona, kuna kitu kingine nikaanza kuonesha ingine ndani, unaona. So ukidisplay vitu kama hizi masign, right, that is also advertising. Lazima ulipe. So even the 50,000 yanakwambia bado haijatosha. Nikidisplay hapo kitu ndio inaingia, lazima niwapatie extra. Nikiweka hapo lazima.
All right, we get the gist. It's a very expensive affair, yeah, to even start a business. Well, you know, he has talked about the signage. He has to pay for it. Posters in his own establishment, that is advertising. He has got to pay, and he's actually telling guys that I have other things that I can do within this particular premise. But what has hurt me is the fact that the first place is where the laundry is actually being done, so he cannot have a reception area in there, because like you've rightly pointed, nika space kadonyele, how we like to call it kwa mtaa. So there's no way he can have a reception in there and still have a reception in there. It's just not, it can't. Na pia yeye hata simama akifua nguo the entire day, he has to sit down. So actually the first part is the reception, and the second part is the washing area.
The washing area.
He's been charged as though there are two businesses, yet it is one business.
Do you know why it is? It was said, and it's still being said by people, that the position of the MCA is by far the most consequential in our political system. The assembly in the county governments is a parliament. Most people don't even know that they actually make laws. The reason why you elect these people is so that they can represent you, because this is the county government now coming hard on you. Okay? Now, if you have people who you have elected at that level,
yes,
and they cannot take this matter up for you,
okay,
that's number one. Number two, you can then understand why it is that the county government of a county like Nairobi will resist the idea of devolving the county functions. Because if you look at, say, an area like, say, let's say Pipeline. Pipeline is in which constituency?
Embakasi.
All right. Embakasi is huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, where that young man works is in a ward. Okay? If there was a unit that was devolved from City Hall that provides you with the administration that you want, if you wish to pay for it, you can go there and pay. If you wish to pay for whatever services the county says they offer, if you wish to renew your licenses, you can actually go there. You would have a conversation that is made much easier because the services have actually been brought closer to you. And the likelihood of that person understanding your business would be better because that person works within that particular jurisdiction. City Hall and Embakasi.
And City, in all honesty, if you look at what services that young man is likely to be receiving, most probably the drainage in that area is bad. Most probably the roads are inaccessible. So he cannot even see what he's paying
I have
taxes
been to
for.
Embakasi.
Yeah,
it is really bad.
And the question you asked, like, why do some people in some countries enjoy? They don't enjoy. No, okay, nobody enjoys paying taxes, but pay willingly, even if it's grudgingly, they pay. This actually happened in Kenya during the Kibaki regime. Because the slogan then was kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea.
Yes.
But the reason why Kenyans were comfortable paying taxes is they could see the productivity of those taxes. The roads that had been dilapidated started improving. You could get the government services were coming to you. You could go to a hospital and get treated. You go to government office and get service for the first time in maybe 24 years. And then people are like, okay, this is, my taxes are translating to something. you could access, because the government stopped borrowing from banks, like what has happened during Uhuru and Ruto time. When any business is lazy, if you come and take my loans, you go and do whatever, and then you pay. Why am I going to chase City to give him a loan? But that time, what happened during Kibaki's time? Banks like Barclays that were closing their branches across the country to force people. I remember my mother used to now go 60 kilometers away to go, and she was a primary school teacher, to go and access her salary because the branch near her had been closed. It was not economical, and these banks were cutting costs. All of a sudden, by the time I was in University of Nairobi, Barclays was hawking loans in the streets. Because people had gone, Equity Bank made the cost of having a
banking
bank account
easier.
You just needed to pay 400 bob and you could access no service charges and that kind of thing. I remember when I got my first what we used to call boom, the allocation for
Higher Education Loans Board today.
Yeah, you got that the initial one. Yeah. You during the time you're reporting to uni, banks would reduce the cost of getting an account, so they'd make it 1,000 shillings. Then you go and bank that money. That money is put there by HELB. Without consulting you, they make the minimum balance 5,000. Okay, and 5,000 now they started deducting fees, and if you go below 5,000. You're hit with charges, so that you could leave your 5,000 there, but at the end of the year you have zero. That money is gone.
Inakulwa na charges.
Inakula tu na charges, ledger fees, I don't know what charges. That was Kenya then, and that's where we are going back to, whereby your money, even if you bank your money, for some reason you are able to put money in the bank, it will just disappear.
Before I forget, that young man that we're watching right now, ako TRM drive iko Roysambu. Hiyo sijui ni ward gani ama ni constituency gani, hiyo ni Kasarani, isn't it? Yeah, but ako Roysambu na uko TRM drive. But again, it's really heartbreaking because there's a part where he said that hata kuhang the bags that people transport the laundry with, just hanging that is again advertising.
Now the people who are charged with the duty of collecting whatever revenue for the county government, they are the same people you see in the streets when it comes to issues of parking. Those people are extortionists.
Yeah, you might be surprised it's not even the Kanjo that is getting that money.
Yes. I have never come across a group of people who are as vicious and as unreasonable. My friend, you stop for precisely 5 seconds. Somebody's opening the door of your car to get in and you're wondering. 5 seconds. If they find that vehicle is parked, there is no one to pay to, even if you want. There is no one to pay to. They have arrived with a tow truck. They have arrived with... All this is to ensure that you are adequately scared, so that when they now present you with what it is that you are likely to pay if your vehicle is towed, whatever amount they're going to ask, you'll realize it's a reduction.
I've actually observed that game from above, like a building at 5th floor. You just watch them when they're down there. They actually, when they see you coming, they hide.
Yes. Or they remove that yellow jacket. So you will be looking for that person. Yes. You're looking for that person and you can't find them.
The minute you walk away, they surface.
Your vehicle is clamped.
Yeah.
You know, this funny, again, going back to this gentleman, I think Nimona anaitwa na Hashon.
And you're saying, Roysambu, that is reflected now across this country.
Right.
Yes.
That's why I wanted us to watch that video.
Nahashon has just said in his mathematics about how he makes money. He was saying that at the end of the year, he will need to pay taxes and permits and licenses 50k. But now he has said that roughly monthly he will make 5,000 shillings after he has paid all his expenses. So 5k. And 5k, it's only one of that car door that is giving him money. Hii ingine tusisaoni reception mali nguo zinaletwa before ziingia hapa zioshwe. So 5 Gs, then he has to pay 50k And I'm thinking, at the end of the year, this guy is left
I mean, in
with
fact,
10,000.
You know, rent. He's paying rent. He's paying, you know.
I'm assuming the 5K is after now he has paid rent
so
and
it's
nini.
expensive, yeah.
So at the end of the year, if he's paying 50, because 5 times 12 is 60, minus 50, ujamana baki na 10,000 a year.
And you know, when you talk about Mwananchi budget, basically, is that Kenyans are extremely hardworking. Kenyans create opportunities for themselves. What a government that is doing a Mwananchi kind of budget is supposed to lighten that load for the Mwananchi. To say, we can see the cost of doing business has been up because of maybe the price of fuel going down. So we're going to reduce tax so that people can be more productive.
Yes.
And then people can also be paying taxes willingly.
Now tell me, and I've seen, I don't know if you've seen in the areas where you guys live, people closing shops wakiona kanjo. When wakiona kanjo, those the city inspectorate wakikuja, they close their shops until these guys go. Because if Nahashon is making 10,000 a year,
those are vicious.
Those
fellows.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
they carry your stuff, they take come and easy machine on a beba.
No, that one they carry. Have you seen what they do to people who lay their agricultural products to sell? Have you seen?
Nyanya na vitunguu.
Have you seen?
So kanyangwa mazibebwa. Watu wa smoky. Kuna jamaa niliona town akibebwa trolley yake yote ya smoky.
You're seeing a mother there with tomatoes.
Yeah.
Mtoto kwa mgongo. And then her entire, and you can imagine how much her stock has cost her.
It's all destroyed.
Let me tell you how they make that money. How they the capital they have to go and buy vitungu.
Yeah.
They usually fuliza that amount.
Yes, they do.
Or mshwari or whatever. Or they take those digital.
Which is now getting another tax on that mshwari.
So
God loyalty.
So they take this fuliza, go buy their produce, come sell, then pay the fuliza, kale ka difference amebaki nako ndiko profit, then tomorrow anakopa tena ndio akuje uze.
There you go.
Alafu kanyange hizo nyanya.
NCT now it's Kanjo, but remember who's managing the city now?
You see,
the national government.
It is. However, I am not placing that blame on the national government.
MCA.
Why? Precisely.
Look,
when you elect leaders who actually do not understand what their job is not to get elected, because they behave as though their job is to get elected. Then when they're elected, they do what they like. This person, Nahashon, is actually an investor. The Mamamboga is an investor. It's just that we don't seem to see this
them as
in
such.
that light. They are investors. They are doing something that meets a need that we have. We line up all manner of goodies for the so-called foreign investors and the local investor. This young man who has brought a service to this specific building that didn't exist, he has invested money. Should we not be encouraging this person to grow? Meaning, for the first 2 years of his business, should there not be some sort of rebate? Should there not be some moratorium on the payment of certain things or a reduction so that this business grows? Because if it grows, he will pay more.
I've seen conversations around the fish pot in Shimoni. It actually exists. I've seen it. I saw it 2 years ago when I went to visit Shimoni. But the thing is, it was built by the previous government.
You need to talk about Shimoni and explain to people that is in the south coast and where it is, etc., etc. Because Shimoni, people are wondering.
It's called Shimoni. Shimoni is where it was the port where Kenya Africans used to be shipped.
The East African slaves.
There was a whole system, underground system, cave system.
That's why it's called Shimoni.
Yeah, Shimo actually. Yeah, and then that would be the holding area for the dhows now, the Arab dhows to come and pick them
and collect the slaves.
Okay.
So it's actually a historical site. There's a historical museum there. So I'd gone there with my kids. But I was surprised by that port. But that is Kenyan money, Kenyan taxpayer money that has been invested. But then why are we going to Norway to look for people to come and invest? It's meant to serve the local community, the local fishermen. Yeah. And as you're saying, because what has triggered me is what you're saying is that a government that is working to help its people, they should be able to develop those people to the point where they're the ones doing this trade. You don't need to go to Europe to the so-called foreign investors. Basically, it's just continued extraction. It's just the newer colonialism. Because this person, you come, you give them a 20-year tax holiday, they come and invest their money, extract the value,
take their money there.
20 years down the line, everybody has forgotten, they don't pay taxes, so they're not really contributing to the Kenyan economy. Yeah.
You see, this particular Mwananchi, who has taken the initiative, seen the need, and is doing something about it, take the view, if this young man grows his business to 3 other structures, and then to 4 other structures, he's going to have to employ people.
Yeah.
Yes.
He'll have to employ receptionists. He'll have to employ people who's manning that particular machine, wherever it is.
Those who will do the sorting, the ironing.
Yes. He now becomes an investor and a major employer. Now, if you were thinking of taxes, because you gave this man a rebate for a certain period of time, he's now paying you more money than he was paying you initially.
And now you're growing taxation because if he was the only one paying taxes, now if he has 2, 3, 4 staff, they're also paying taxes.
You have more people paying taxes.
You have grown the tax base.
Yes.
That is how governments do it.
Shiti alikuwa anauliza we need to address the people who actually escape or evade taxation. And that's what I was saying. Imagine me, I would understand. Nikiona na Hashon, akiona Kanjo ndio wale, anafunga biashara, anasema acha kwanza waende, ndafungua akienda. Because if he's making 10,000 shillings a year, surely what is he doing there?
Paul, those are not the people who are consequential when it comes to tax evasion or avoidance.
No, of course, they're the big boys.
The people
who find those lacunas and stuff.
Of money. And when you look at what it is that they pay, it's a debate that is being had in the States right now. Why are you taxing the living daylights out of the citizenry, and the multi-billionaires are not paying the taxes that they should pay?
And the logic of capitalism and the finance system and the legal system is supposed to enable that. Because these guys came to the world to plunder, to make their fortune when they couldn't make their money in Europe. So when they designed this financial system, it was designed in a way that those who have made it don't want to pay taxes to the same governments that were unproductive to them. So they claim that they have created a business, I've made my money, why should I pay you taxes? How have you contributed? But the logic is beaten by the fact that a lot of these people become big billionaires because of government contracts. Even in Kenya, the richest, some of the richest people we know, it's tenders. It's tenderpreneuring. I don't want to mention names, but we know them. The current regime, the people who are making money are those aligned to Gava, and they are getting concessionary rates. But do they pay taxes? Do we see
now you've gone to the heart of the matter, because if there is no bigger business partner than the government. All these things that the government does in terms of providing services, building infrastructure, roads, there are very few projects that you'll come across that are as expensive as those ones. So if you happen to get one of those contracts, or even you're a subcontractor, that is the path to making money. Do these people actually pay tax? Forget Nahashon and people who make 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Forget those ones. Not those ones. I am talking about a situation where somebody has their business, call it the Juakali industry. We now call it MSME. If the government provides an opportunity for that to grow, do you think that person will begrudge paying taxes when he knows very well that he would never have grown if the government did not give him the leeway to grow? He will understand why he needs to pay, because he was afforded an opportunity to grow.
Yes.
But, this is a vicious cycle. You get into bed with the IMF. IMF come up with these ridiculous taxation regimes which you must follow, plus other rules that in a school setting would be the school telling you at break time you must sit upright. When it comes to lunchtime, you must stand upright. Meaning, they're telling you exactly how you ought to behave. Okay? And when you pass through the gates, you must run.
Yes.
Now, when you take their loans, they come with those conditions. They used to call them conditionalities. There's no escaping it. But the people who bear the brunt of it are us.
The most ridiculous things is the bottom up economic whatever.
Yes.
Which has been mentioned in this this budget.
Yeah.
Transformation or whatever the wording. Serikali ya mama mboga na mtu wa boda boda. That's who it was supposed to empower. By doing what? How was it supposed to empower them? By removing these bottlenecks that you're actually discussing. But what are we seeing? It's actually now become even more ferocious in terms of taking whatever little money that is available in government and giving them to the preferred people who are preferred in government. It's the few Kenyan state enterprises that have been making money are now being sold off, so it's actually a grab, a grab by the people who don't pay taxes, and the ones that have really in Kenya, if you succeed, if you're creative and somehow as a parastatal you're making money, then now someone wants to own that bit. It's the same ferocious government that is cutting down all our forests. So how does that manifest, Mama Mboga? We're going to have drought, less food production, and that kind of thing, less money in the pockets. So basically what this budget being, instead of being pro-Mwananchi, is actually anti-Mwananchi, anti-Utu. Because a government that cares about its people would have, I don't know whether a government can have some humanness.
What it can do is it can introduce laws, it can introduce statutes that present itself and makes life more humane for its citizens.
Let's take a short break. Then when we come back, of course, we look at the state of the economy because things are clearly thick, and I'll be reading some comments. For example, kuna jamaa amekasirika hapa anaitwa Manila Gohil. Na wengine wengi ambao nitasoma comments zenyu, so why don't you keep it locked. Some of course are also sympathizing with Mr. Nahashon there, who is coming from TRM Drive. All right, so here's the news with Winnie Maganga. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Members of Parliament have rejected the 2026-2027 budget presented before Parliament on June 11, 2026 by Treasury CS John Mbadi. Matungu Member of Parliament Oscar Nabulindo says the budget has a deficit of about 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings, saying this raises questions over how Kenya will raise the figure to sustain the budget. Meanwhile, Chemusei Member of Parliament Paul Biego has praised the government's allocations of 3.96 billion Kenya shillings for stipends towards the work of Nyumba Kumi elders.
We have a big deficit of 1.1 trillion shillings, and we need to raise that money to be able to fulfill this budget for the next financial year. What actually has caught my eye is the fact that out of this 1.1 trillion deficit, the minister has said 80% is going to be borrowed domestically.
The 3,000 per month stipend. So I think that is what I've really liked in the budget, and I'm also happy that in the issues to do with education has always been ministry that usually gains.
That is why we are letting this environmental disaster we are seeing comes as a result of that. By putting money in those areas, planting more trees, that's what he said when he was talking. Planting more trees, this gives us that we are very environmentally sound society. This will give us a sustainable development.
An economic expert on justice and public finance says Kenya's 2026-2027 budget faces financing gap due to mismatch between revenue collection and expenditure. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Tom Oganda from the Institute for Social Accountability noted that the budget deficit remains a key concern, saying the government often has to rely on borrowing to bridge the shortfall. Oganda, however, supported the government's decision to use deficit financing, arguing that it is necessary to keep the budget running despite revenue constraints.
It means up to that point when the budget is 4.8 and the revenue that we are estimating to get is 3.6, it means there's a gap. So the budget is not balanced. Okay? So for us to bridge the gap between our revenue and what has been planned in terms of the total expenditure.
Yeah.
Now that difference is what we call deficit financing.
And in this case,
what we cannot raise in terms of revenue.
And in this case, the difference is what? 1 point.
It is 1.1 something close to 1.2 trillion. Yes.
So this is what we must raise.
That is what we must raise in domestic and external borrowing.
The National Police Service says Kenya's fight against illicit alcohol is being weakened by organized crime networks, corruption, weak penalties, and economic pressure. Appearing before the National Assembly Committee on Petitions, Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat, on behalf of Inspector General Douglas Kanja, said the illegal alcohol trade remains a major challenge affecting public health, security, and livelihoods across the country. He warned that the problem continues to impact families and communities despite ongoing enforcement efforts. Thailand's Princess Bajari Kitiaba, who has been in a coma for more than 3 years, has died. The royal household has announced she was 47 years. She collapsed in December 2022 while exercising her dogs. Her doctors contributed it to a severe irregular heart attack caused by a mycoplasma infection in her heart. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, 5 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mung'ala. I am with CT Muge in the studio, and we also do have our guest. Na tumeongelelea mengi sana. Tulikuwa tunaguzia mambo ya not economy but budget. We found ourselves talking about someone's personal business in TRM, or rather along TRM Drive in Roysambu. And now we want to look at generally the economy. It's about the budget of 2026-2027, and is it really a Mwananchi budget? You can also rather engage with us. Tell us what you think of the same. Mutemu wa Kiama akapa, he's a community organizer, Kongamano la Mapinduzi. But for someone who's hearing about Kongamano la Mapinduzi for the first time, nini ni akina nani?
So Kongamano la Mapinduzi is a political movement, but it's also a political movement in the social justice space. So I'm an activist, and I fraternize with a lot of activists, being active citizens. But for a long time, we've been advocating for our political class to become angels, but they've refused to become angels.
Okay.
So we decided that what we need to do is get into politics.
All right.
So Kongamano la Mapinduzi is movement of change makers who are preparing to get into those political offices, to become MCAs or MPs and that kind of thing.
Okay.
So that instead of trying to have Ruto or Sudi or whichever politician that we've been trying to make to
hold them to account.
Can you invest our taxes vizuri ama nini? Why don't we get into that space?
And then you get to do that.
So we are building long term. We are learning how politics works, but we are more focused on leadership rather than politicking.
Yes.
Developing leadership,
okay,
and then having that leadership take political space.
So does that mean Kongamano la Mapinduzi is a political party?
No, it's a political movement.
Okay.
Members of Kongamano la Mapinduzi belong to different political parties, including the party in power. But what you do is based on the values that Kongamano espouses, mainly Utu, mainly pro people, Utu, you know, Utu as a philosopher, as a Pan-African, Utu or Ubuntu, do no harm, do unto others as you wish done unto you, which is also known as the golden rule. That we need a kind of leadership. We need to inject Utu into everything that we do, into our politics, into our religion, into, you know, some of the most crooked people in this country are religious people.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether it's Christian or
any other
Islam
faith,
or whichever faith. If you look at even Hindus or whatever, like the looting that is happening in this, the anti-Utu looting that is happening in this country is led by people who sometimes pray 5 times a day. Look at northern Kenya, the counties there, the amount of looting that has been done since devolution happened.
Yes.
Those guys even have a mark on the forehead because they go to the mosque and they pray every 5 times a day, or how pious they are. But they're just looting the economies of this country. But if we inject Utu...
Why are you leaving the other 40 plus who are led by people who purport to be Christians, and they are looting just as effectively and just as efficiently?
I'm not actually leaving them. It's because that one is known. It's the 80% so-called Christian.
Kuna Wakorino wezi, kuna Waislamu wezi, kuna Wahindu wezi, kuna Sikhs wezi, kuna religion imeacha.
Actually, the reason why I'm pointing this
out,
it is not... Their faith is inconsequential in this particular aspect. It is the individuals. Because trees do not espouse any religious faith. They're just trees.
Yeah.
Human beings are the ones who find themselves shepherded or inclined towards a specific faith.
Okay.
The tendencies that these people espouse are actually against the faiths that they claim to belong to.
And that's why our solution,
yes,
if we adopt that Utu Ubuntu philosophy and inject it into our Christianity, our Hinduism, our Islam, our atheism, that we see each other as humans, so we don't do anything that can harm each other.
Yeah.
And we mainstream that philosophy to guide our leadership, how we engage in leadership positions, how we occupy any position that we have in government. Then we will theoretically design policies that are people-centered, that are humane, that don't do what our governments are doing, whether it's county or national, to that young man and many young men and women across this country.
Yeah.
So Utu is one of the central organized pillar of Kongamano la Mapinduzi. It's basically saying the current system was created by the colonial regime to extract. Part of the reason why it doesn't work for Kenyans is because you're trying to make a system that was created to work for others, to extract from us. We keep trying to reform it so that it can work for us. But when you keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, so what did Albert Einstein say that is?
Madness, insanity.
It's madness, is insanity. So why don't we build something different?
There's a comment here by Wafula team. Wanasema, wow, that businessman story is heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Ruto is directing investors like Dangote to invest in Tanga instead of Mombasa. So how do we create jobs in Kenya? Question mark. Why is Ruto this evil? Okay, let's go back to Dangote. Dangote rejected Tanga. He said he's coming to Mombasa, and he said, look, Mombasa has got deeper ports. The economy of the area is larger. And then, of course, consumption here within Kenya, before we get into the other East African communities, is larger. So hii mafuta itasaidia hapa sana kuliko tukipeleka huko alafu to have to transport nyingi huko ikikuja pande. And I think that
I think there's also another element of why he reacted the way he did.
Okay.
If you remember, after they met with Ruto and Museveni, then there was another event in Tanzania where Ruto talked about Dangote's investment.
Yes.
And it appeared clearly that Ruto had not discussed it with Samia Suluhu,
yes.
the Tanzanian government. So it was basically ile uongo ya kawaida. And Ruto actually, the way he reacted was, ata kama hamtaki basi tutarudisha Kenya. But you know, it's the
same. Ndio ilikuwa plan.
I think
unajua vitu zingine tunadhani hapa hivi ati maybe it was by mistake or maybe it was, what if it was by design? Let me say this so that you can question it and then I be like, okay, you don't want it, then I'm taking it back home.
Yeah.
But ask yourself again, when you're meeting with a person like Dangote, we know he can build refineries because he has done so. So it's not something, it's not guesswork. He is not somebody who's coming to experiment. Okay? And you're talking with him.
Yes.
Don't you think it is in order that you speak as people who already have a plan? So if you went there and you're having this serious discussion and you don't have a plan,
yes,
how will he view you?
And that's the first time Samia is hearing about it in some conference. She doesn't even have time to.
Should we really trust politicians? But anyway, continue.
That is a very valid question.
It's a valid question. That is what you're talking about, anti-Utu. It's that thing. It's the fact that you guys are journalists. The top journalists in this country, some of the top journalists, are in State House doing communications for
award-winning journalists.
Award-winning journalists. They have been reduced to crafting lies for the president, because whatever the president speaks to is basically the output of his communications team. Now, that might not be, you and I might not be the target for that communication, but they believe that is what will resonate with the mass of Kenyans that is targeting. So even when one day, I think in 2022 he was questioned, he was addressing a parliamentary meeting in Naivasha, and MPs took him to task. You know, when you're mawongo na nini. He said, but you're not my audience.
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, you're not my audience. He knows exactly what he's doing and who the audience is. Now, if that's the guy who's when he meets, you know, Ruto is a very smart guy in a mafia kind of way.
Okay.
When he enters a room and he meets you guys, he will say exactly what you want to hear. So that's the same thing. If he meets Dangote, he will tell Dangote what
he needs to hear.
If he goes to Norway and Norway is about food and fish and all that, he will tell them what they want
to hear.
We have opportunities for you to invest in fish farming. Okay. He goes to Finland, spins another yarn. Goes wherever, tells them, goes to the, sees the opportunity in the green, in the environment and green technology and all that. Tells the people of, in the environmental movement what they want to hear. Yet, part of this budget, what it's doing, it's reducing the electric whatever had been zero rated. Now it has introduced tax to those borders. The electric borders. So they are going to become more expensive. So the ule mtu wa boda boda alidanganya that hii serikali ya boda boda are going to be hit in the pocket.
Hapa wanasema duty free importation of raw materials for manufacture of motorcycle parts. To me it sounds like they're going to be having cheaper motorcycles.
Yeah, but they're going to start the ones, because right now how many motorcycles are we manufacturing? Most of them we are importing. Those ones are being charged.
We are assembling.
You're assembling.
We're assembling the electric ones and also the combustion engine ones.
Now you see the assembly is quasi manufacturing, as opposed to somebody who imports a finished product. That same thinking you are seeing with the manufacture of clothing. Yes, and you're seeing it with the telephones. It is like the government is encouraging assembly plants. Zikuje, what were assemblies of it to hapa. Okay? Now,
yo ya simu yo tutarevisit patendelea.
No, we already have an assembly.
The theory behind it actually is the reason why, if you're saying you're going to ban mitumba, so that you encourage the development of a local industry, then show us the policies that you put in for the production of cotton,
of local,
or even if it's not cotton, synthetic fabric. What incentives are there for those manufacturers to come and build, fabric production industry? How are you supporting local designers, clothes designers, fabric designers, and that
local shops?
Local shops. Yeah. These are the same guys now who are facing what that young man is facing. Nahashon. Nahashon is facing. That you have all this talk, very progressive and what we want to hear, but in terms of reality,
implementation zero,
something totally different. I think the taxation is on the bikes that are coming,
the already finished ones.
Yeah, those are the ones that are being taxed.
Yeah. Okay, but kuna anyway, we need to get deep into this thing.
Go in.
No. In terms of, you see, like this one for duty-free imports of the motorcycle parts, whether it's the internal combustion ones or the electric ones, I just hope they won't tell us there's an activation tax like for the mobile phones.
Paul,
because that would be crazy.
With the taxation,
yes,
and with the budget, hold your breath for a mini budget.
Okay.
Inakujaga. Okay. These things evolve. In many ways, you look at our budget as introductory. This is what you're being told now. Yes. So sit back and say, okay, we have heard.
Ningoje wa engage gear 2.
To engage, tungoje tu, okay, gear 2 itakuwa namna gani.
And there's also another question.
Yes.
Who is it that is manufacturing those bikes?
Those bikes.
Because basically this is giving them an incentive. So I don't want to mention, I don't want to bring libel to, but I think Kenyans know these green EVs, nani ako involved na hiyo biashara, who's benefiting from that text.
Okay.
You've entered the realm of what you call popular Kenyan sport among the political class. I still remember a time when we were told you must have speed governors.
And seat belts.
And it became an issue. And of course, the word doing the rounds then was the speed governors already in the country.
Ziko kwa pot.
Zilikuwa zinangojea tu mtu.
Sio ati zilikuwa ziko tu hata hizo seat belt. So, ziliwekwa hizo vitu.
The prepaid meters. That was another.
The token meters for the electricity.
That was for raising campaign money in 2007.
You see, the seatbelt issue was a good campaign.
Yeah.
The speed governor, good campaign. But the opportunity presented a business opportunity
for someone.
Privatization of Kenya Pipeline or whatever, good opportunity. But when it's done right, for once I agreed with the Didi Nyoro for whatever reason.
You're saying for once? You don't usually agree with him?
No, I mean, he was, most of the time he was parrot for the praise of the government in power. He actually, he was, he sold this government to Mount Kenya.
It is Nyoro who actually told us about securitization. Yeah. Kenyans, I mean, it existed, but Kenyans really never knew about it until he brought it to light.
And he was in charge of budget for, it's like Kimani Shung also. A lot of the quota that was done during Uhuru's time, the one that he's talking about right now, was done, he was in charge of the parliamentary oversight.
Okay.
But then now he's the one, so he's basically supervised the cutting away of the people's resources. Him, Nyoro, and others like that. But then they come now and pretend how clean they are. So for once, because of course it's convenient for him, now that he's out of the gravy train, then of course he's giving us tidbits on what is actually going on.
Acha nisome comment ingine hapa. Daughter of Africa amesema you can't tax people to poverty and hope to grow an economy. Explain tax avoidance vis-a-vis tax evasion. Great guest. Yeah.
Thank you.
Tax avoidance, tax evasion. That kind of thing that city was.
It's semantics, yeah. Tax avoidance is it's bringing in technical people to say these are. I was watching a podcast with Mwalimu Kingori, and this guy was talking about how.
You mean Dr. Kingori?
Dr. Kingori, yeah. Sorry. He was talking about how if I go take a loan and buy a 4x4 because I want to shine to my boys or my girls.
Yeah.
So I'll be paying that loan, but I'm doing that so that I can compete with someone else, CT, who's an investor who has bought that 4x4 with his government, with his company, to be charged to the company so that he does not pay tax.
Yes.
So he bought a 4x4 as a tax avoidance because there's for a business, when you're investing in a business, capital investments are tax exempt. So the 4x4 becomes
is a capital investment as far
investment.
as government is concerned.
So I can actually claim tax. If you pay 10 million, I can, and the tax is 40%, I can actually claim that tax 40% from KRA as investment. You who has gone and taken a loan to shine with the boys, you're paying that from your
bro, nalipa your 40% clean.
Iko namna hii. Tax avoidance is you actually use legal means. Legal to not pay.
Yeah.
Tax evasion is you deliberately know you should pay,
but you don't.
But you don't.
Yes. So wewe huyu tax evasion wewe utashikwa. You know tax avoidance.
Yeah, go to sir.
A lot of lawyers in this country and accountants are in the business of helping people avoid tax legally. It's legal. Tax avoidance is legal. That's why it's not an issue. It's just looking at those loopholes. How can I, let's say you're a small businessman. You're a SME, a small businessman or woman. You can put, you're going to meeting, you're meeting clients, you're prospecting for business. You can put the costs of that breakfast meeting that you're having or dinner with potential clients as a business expense. So badala ya kujilipa mshahara. So let's say I earn, in my business I earn 30,000.
Yes.
I could earn 100,000, which would be taxed, but let me earn 30,000. But that whole expense thing, what I spend on breakfasts, what I spend on it becomes a business expense. So it's still my money because I own the company.
And it's still an expense which you would ordinarily have.
Because I have to eat.
Yes, and you have to spend on your family and blah, blah, blah. But your people are clever enough to make it a business expense.
Yeah.
No wonder I see a lot of business folks that we meet
ask for receipts.
Wanachukua receipt mpaka anaitisha. Kuna receipt moja anamwambia sijui enda unipatie ile umefunga.
Yes,
something I don't understand that language.
Yeah, that is now taken.
Then I'm like, hey, this guy anafuatilia receipt sana. Si umekula chakula ya 20 ya 2000 si bwana twende.
Wewe
kumbe anaenda kuclaim hiyo tu.
Yes.
That is tax avoidance and it is legal.
Kiangai.
Yeah. In fact, part of the anti-people thing that started during the anti-people taxation was when they started taxing those things and allowances, house allowance, allowances that are given to civil servants.
Yes.
They started seeing people are so clever. They're using this way to avoid
this legal means.
So the KRA actually started taxing all those allowances. You know, companies will do this. They say, let's say it's strategy generation. They say for our staff, instead of increasing your salary, which will be taxed, they give you an allowance. They say we will pay school fees for all our staff's kids. We will get you medical insurance. So when you make your turnover, you pay for all those services. They are not taxable
until you have a law that taxes benefits.
Yeah,
that's why companies would give you a car. And encouraging you to use it.
Yes.
Because as you fuel, that is an expense.
Yeah.
As you travel, that's an expense. As you repair, it's an expense.
Yes.
It's a business expense.
Yes. So here
that is deductible.
And now when do I tumia? But it can be labeled as something that you're using for purpose of the business.
Now watoto wanapelekwa international school.
Unajua kuna waseno nangu anaishi hivyo huko.
Now you know that's tax avoidance.
Sasa
and it is legal.
Sijui tuongee na nani hapa tuone kama
See, on the other hand,
there are lawyers who advise on these things and accountants who are, that's whole firms.
Yeah.
That is what PricewaterhouseCoopers and Deloitte. That's what they do.
Hiyo ndio kazi yao.
kuna watu there who you are told the expert on tax ni huyo. Sasa how ndio anakaa na wewe anakusikiza
anakuuliza unataka how much? Okay. Rent yako ni how much? Kwambia hapo kuna pesa bro. Kumbe.
It's in the same way, for instance, when people want to advise you in countries where there is something called an inheritance tax. Okay? They'll tell you, create a fund. Okay?
Yes.
Trust fund.
Yes, because trust funds are not taxed. And they go into the details, meaning they intimately understand the law and they apply that knowledge to ensuring
they maintain money for their employer.
No, for employer or for their clients. They make sure. Yes, that's the employer. So that the client actually enjoys their money to the full. They're actually enjoying the benefits of their money, which they should pay taxes for. But because of that loophole, they do not pay taxes.
And the loophole is not there by accident. That is what I meant when I said the people who came to extract designed a financial system and legal system that serves their interests, not you and me.
Yes.
Because those loopholes are designed into the law.
Of course, someone knew we will not tax benefits.
That's why it's a whole business. It's a whole field of legal.
So that's why some companies even they don't pay their staff from the company whatever. It is the fund that pays these people because huko hakuna tax. Nimeelewa.
Knowledge is power, my friend. Yes. So
kumbe nateseka hapa juu sijui. A comment again. The government seems to, this is now Willis Juba. Willis says the government seems to embrace dependency theory of development instead of structural theory of development. How can a government seek help from Norway just to develop existing fish port and still borrow funds? Are we borrowing money from Norway?
No, Norway has been a development partner for this country for a very long time. There was a small period in the Moi era when they were kicked out. And the embassy was shut down.
Okay.
And the reason was they were funding and helping fund Mageuzi movements, as I call them.
Yes.
The Norway are very progressive, by the way.
Yes.
Very
all these civil society movements, they were among the first people to actually come out and support those movements clearly. We had people in this country who were referred to as dissidents who left the country.
Most of them went to live in Norway.
They went to live in Norway. Or people
the Koigu Amores and the...
Yes. Even if you look at the story of Ruth Odinga when she was explaining how she had to go through Uganda and so forth, she ended up in Norway.
Okay.
Norway welcomed very many Kenyans because they understood. By the time a country is shutting down your embassy, when the citizens tell you the problem, they know full well that these guys know. We know of that problem because we ourselves have faced it. The development projects were under NORAD at that particular point in time. That was the development agency. It was shut down.
NORAD was a Norwegian agency.
Yes, development agency.
Okay.
So again, the relationship they've had with this country, they understood full well, but they didn't back down on whatever it is that they were doing. That is the reason why they were shut down at that particular point in time.
Okay.
And if you look at what you're saying, Mwananchi budget, one of the best examples on the planet in terms of
Mwananchi budget,
or investing resources on behalf of the people, is Norway, which is the irony of Ruto going there to prostrate about the fish port, because what Norway has done, it discovered oil in their sea, in the Northern Sea, in between their land and Britain.
Okay,
and it has, let's say, you could even use the word securitize that oil for future generations. So it's the reverse of what you're doing. Instead of debt, so they've reduced their expenses. They've created funds, world funds that they invest. Norway invests
their funds
in stock exchanges across
the globe.
Yes,
and that money, whatever they make, is invested in a sovereign fund. for future generations. I think Norway now has taken up to 3-4 generations in the future who have not come. They are taken care of. So that's why you reduce taxes for the people, because now people still pay tax, but it is reduced. Education is free, health is free, infrastructure is there, and you can actually see how a government that cares for the people, one that has utu, actually operates when you look at Norway.
Huko nasikia hata refugees are given a stipend.
My friend, education is free from the day you are born up until wherever it is you want to go. You see, if you talk about a country where you can see the perfect management of resources, as Mutemi puts it, it is Norway. There is no country on the planet that has a sovereign fund as wealthy as theirs.
Huko nasikia you just walk into hospital, whether you're a foreigner or a citizen.
Yeah, for whatever procedure.
You're treated. If it's a surgery, it's done, and you go home without having to part with a single coin anywhere.
Yes, education.
Madawa umeandikiwa kila kitu, uenda pale kwa pharmacy, chukua dawa zako, nenda.
Yes.
Not a single coin.
That is investing in the people and the future of the people. They've invested in their children and the children's children. And even this world sovereign fund that they're investing in stock exchanges across the world, whatever it's bringing in, they can only take a bit of it for current expenditure. Most of that is put in the future.
We were talking with an oncologist here a couple of weeks ago, and he said that sometimes when patients come to them, the diseases that they come with, if it's cancer for instance, that thing has advanced so far. The only thing una manage to kama ni uchungu, symptoms, because there's nothing you can really do for this patient. And I was thinking that if we had free medical care, such that I can walk into any hospital and get treated, the moment you just start feeling funny, whether it's dizziness, whether it's pain, you can literally walk into a hospital and they can test you for everything and anything.
Sometimes you refuse to go to, you feel some pain, you refuse to go. No, you even ukienda uambiwe uko na cancer na
utatibu aje.
It becomes a problem. You'd rather not know.
But also, yes, you'd rather not know, but also sometimes you're thinking, let me manage this thing that I'm feeling, whether it's the pain. See, I'll just buy painkillers until iishe, right? But it's because it's very expensive, because you're thinking by the time you hospitali ile poa. Wacha hizi ile yani unafikiria, unajua unafikiria zile private. You're thinking I go pay 5,000 consultation, I don't even have that money.
And what are the solutions our government is coming up with? Wanasema Wakenya wanapeleka pesa mingi sana India. Wacha tulete India, Kenya. So they are still thinking of how to build hospitals that are extractive. Hii pesa ni mingi sana inaenda India, wacha tujenge hospitali hapa Kenya. So you shikana with the
investors from there.
Investors, and even Kenyan investors in the medical field, to build massive hospitals. Then you go and remember this something I was told by KMPGU guys, the guys. Remember 2 years ago there was the strike of the medical interns, or junior doctors,
right?
The strike, what the strike was about, what these guys told me was that they wanted to drive the salary of doctors, of future doctors, down. Why? Because there are the people in government wanted to invest in those massive hospitals.
Yes.
And they want, when you're investing now as a business, you want to pay doctors a low salary. So it was too expensive. Right now, if you try to invest with the current salaries of doctors, you'd have to pay a lot of money. So they needed to drive
the salaries down so they can have money for that.
To employ these now young interns who become desperate. Then now it can become a business.
You don't say.
So imagine a government that thinks on those terms.
But all of these governments, bana, hata ikienda sana ni 10 years before there's a change.
10 years is a long time, man. It's a long time. So many things can happen in 5 years. In fact, one of the biggest problems we're making is say, atakaa tu miaka 5 ende. Atakaa miaka 5 The mess you can create, just look at the last 4 years. The mess that has been created in this country. How long will it take to undo?
Actually, the mess that has been created in the last 10 years and in these 5 years, you cannot speak about one without speaking of the other.
I usually look at education and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, because one is like a continuation. If you're talking about the CB or CBC, it's the previous government who
it's
whatever we're seeing now. These fellows have just enlarged it and giving it more wheels and more power and more turbo than we saw before. But there's something that I'd like us to discuss, because we still have time to do so. You see, impunity, once entrenched, produces what we're discussing. Yet, we are about to elect new people to go into our parliament, and we can see what this parliament, which we elected, we can see what they're doing. They were supposed to create the check and balance, or just even a check. They do. It's not that they do little. There is nothing that they do that in the remotest way can represent a check and balance. Does it not then behove the sovereign to ask themselves what their role is in such a situation? Because holding to account, they cannot do. But what can we do to hold those we elect to account? And I'm not talking about the demonstrations. No. I'm not talking about rallies where one group called the United Opposition or Lenda Mwananchi speak against. Not that one. That one is, in my opinion, entertainment. I am talking about the citizenry understanding that from your MCA to your MP, because these are locals, knowing that you will require of them to give an account of what it is you had sent them to do.
2 years ago, Kongamano Mapinduzi had a campaign that didn't gain traction, and it was hashtag Bunge Must Go. That was after around the time the uprising of the Gen Zs in 2024. And the premise of that campaign was this, that for Ruto to go, because the Gen Zs were saying Ruto must go, for Ruto to go, the enabling institution is parliament. So parliament must go. You are like, don't focus on Ruto. There are institutions that we've entrusted as the people we've delegated our power for them to hold the government to account, and they are not doing so. Now, the Bunge Must Go meant that these are guys who are passing laws that are anti-people. They are not scrutinizing budgets. Right now, how many reports from the Auditor General do we have that every year we get this money has been misappropriated?
We usually get a report from the auditor, I think, monthly.
How many have been acted on? All that money.
And we rely on the National Assembly to do that.
She actually works for the National Assembly.
Yes.
She what?
She works for the National Assembly.
Yes.
The way the Auditor General's office is designed, is supposed to empower the National Assembly to hold the national government to account. It's supposed to provide evidence to the judiciary. Like if you're going to sue somebody for misappropriation of fund, then you're using these Auditor General reports, which have been scrutinized by Parliament, as the evidence of that malfeasance. Bunge is not doing its work. But of course, we saw what happened with the president the minute, even before he was sworn in. The first thing he went for was Parliament. Yeah, he went for MPs from different small parties to consolidate power, to remember, to
become the majority.
Yeah, to become the majority, so that then
they can drive the agenda.
But the worst thing is, even how much are they worth? Like, how much are they selling their agency for? 10,000 in the toilets and that.
Birthright.
How much are they selling it for? It's that low. The fact that they are that cheap. They are selling their agency, our power that we've given them, that cheap. And so, to the question that CT has asked, active citizens, that the design of what the JZs were saying, that we've given you power and you're misusing that power, then we take it back. And there was argument around chapter 1. We the people give ourselves this constitution, and then we can delegate that power to elected and appointed officials, but we can also exercise that power directly. How do we, without doing protest, although protest is a legitimate way of exercising that power, which other ways can we use to hold these people to account. You can vote them out. The recall was supposed to be part of that stick, but it was designed in a way that it is hard to implement.
No, that same the Uhuru government parliament made sure that
it was not practical.
Chapter 6 could not do anything. They sort of like ring fenced their own protection, but they left the governors exposed.
In fact, I fell out with Baba. May his soul rest in peace. In 2013, when the first Uhuru government came into power, and it was supposed to operationalize the constitution.
TNA.
Yeah. So chapter 6 was supposed to be operationalized by legislation being passed. Yeah. And so the cabinet committee that was in charge of it's called what? The act that was supposed to operationalize chapter 6, Leadership and Integrity Act, was headed by Baba. Okay. A lot of Kenyans.
It was headed by his party.
Yeah, his party.
Yes.
A lot of people don't know that. But then, civil society had gone to court to make sure that to challenge Uhuru and Ruto as candidates. And in that, actually, it was Kibaki's government, not Uhuru's government. That operationalization.
Before we promulgated the
before we promulgated. No, after promulgation.
After we promulgated
before the next election. Yeah.
Now it was to operationalize it.
Yeah, it was a grand coalition government.
Yes.
It was the committee was headed by Raila's government. Now Uhuru and Ruto became candidates with the ICC on their necks, and because of leadership and integrity, as was designed, that act was designed, it would have meant that they cannot be candidates. Okay? Just I think a year or so prior, a biography of Raila Odinga had come out. And he had admitted in that biography that he was part of the 1982 coup organizing. So that was used as stick. He was told, we are going to go after you for treason if this Leadership and Integrity Act passes as it is. It was very progressive. It would have, I think, sorted out a lot of leadership issues, because a lot of guys who we see in power right now would have been knocked out, including Uhuru and Ruto. So that's when they inserted some clauses that says, I don't know, until you exhaust the option of
judiciary, yes.
You know, until
they watered it down thoroughly.
They watered it down, just self-preservation for Raila, because now they were saying, if we charge you for treason, you can also not vie in 2013 or 2012 for that matter. That time it was 2012. So that is the machinations of our law and our parliament.
But we also see, forget even these judiciary processes, whereby even the EACC has said, na ikasema vizuri sana, CT is guilty of this. DCI wanasema jamaa this and this and this, but IBC says clean as a whistle.
Ask yourself, first of all, why do we have DCI, anti-counterfeit, EACC, and all that? Whose work is that?
Police?
Yeah, so why are you creating other institutions to do the work that the police has refused to do?
DCI are police.
Yeah, they're police, yeah. But DCI is the investigative arm of the police.
Yes.
So why do we have EACC?
EACC, as I understand it, their focus was not on criminal activities and criminal practices, but on economic. That's the way I understand. And
economic what?
Economic crimes.
Yeah, it's criminal.
No. When I say crime, I'm referring to murderers and other such elements within society who are, should we say, counterintuitive to everyday life. The economic crimes, if I may call it that, in my opinion, affect us a lot more and in a much bigger way than people who grab handbags and people who con people and so forth. Because
mwizi wa kuku.
Yeah, mwizi wa kuku na mayai. Because the economic crimes can actually sabotage an entire nation. if you have a narrative that keeps being replicated about how much we lose in a day,
Yeah.
anybody who does the maths, and it's been done over and over, tells you, if you just stop that, we do not need to borrow. We will have enough money to do whatever it is that we need. But it is, again, that very, very narrative that leads to the discussion of odious debt.
And economic crimes, they are crimes, yes, and they are not the same as wherever. Shouldn't it be a department within the police? And this is the reason I'm asking that. Remember when Kenya Anti-Corruption, whatever it was called then, was created, the talk was it does not have investigative
power,
and then it does not have the power to arrest.
Prosecutorial.
They were given.
Later on, much later on.
Or now they can prosecute.
Yes, they have a court within their premises.
Yeah, now they are anti-corruption courts and all that.
Yes.
But the initial design was not to achieve anything, to actually do the work against economic crime. It was to create something to please the donors, that we are fighting corruption, so we even have an anti-corruption commission.
We even had a PS.
Yeah. John Gidongo.
Yes.
Ethics and anti-corruption.
Yes, all this was done in the Kibaki era. Again, Tim is very right. The donors needed to see.
Gidongo the whistleblower.
Yes.
Alikuanga permanent secretary for
the government, the first government, Kibaki's government, was the PS, ethics and anti-corruption. Actually, the reason why he's known as a whistleblower is that he blew the whistle on that government.
Yeah. I remember he went to
Excel, he went to Excel, yeah.
Was it UK?
It was UK.
Kenda kupigia filimbi huko.
The thing is this. The gentleman was the only PS we know of whose office was at State House.
Next to Kibaki's.
Yes. That was Kibaki demonstrating that I'm taking this thing seriously.
Yeah. Okay.
They were like, this is my office, this is Kibaki's office, that's Gidongo's office.
Yeah.
Next door.
So hapo ndio mambo ya Anglo-Lisi nilianzia.
Actually, if you want to understand what it is that we're talking about with clarity, ask yourself a simple question. The people who Gidongo spoke about were people in the Kibaki government, and they were very high-ranking government officials within the Kibaki government.
And where are they today?
Yes. So it's not, he was not talking about people in the opposition or businessmen. No. He was talking about people who were in government, ministers.
If you read It's Our Time to Eat, some of those ministers had come with very reputable, very good reputations and reputable credentials. You know, like Kiraito Murungi, let me mention, who had come, was a Harvard-trained lawyer. In the civil society, was one of the leadership that then supported Kibaki to get in. He was made the Minister for Energy and then later on Minister for Justice.
Yeah.
So when he's the one who was telling, because it's quoted in It's Our Time to Eat, the book by Michel Arong, he says, it is us. What you're investigating, it is us. It is our time to eat. That's actually the title of the book.
I think there was even an audio that leaked.
Yeah.
There's an audio that leaked of a minister akimwambia kuja polepole or something.
I don't know how that case, how that case is going. I don't know. They sued Gidongo. I don't know that it has ever been determined, that case. But
you see, there were three ministers who came into the spotlight. There's a guy called Murungaru.
Who was the head of the civil service.
Yes.
And secretary to the cabinet, yeah.
What was strange about that government was that up until that time, we'd never had a scandal that was as big as the one that we encountered in that government. And yet this was a progressive...
Hata golden bag yako imefikia.
No, ilikuwa ifiki.
But the history shows why. Because if you talk about Kenren, it's Kibaki.
Yes.
You know, in the 70s, when he was Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, created, I think, one of the first of these odious debts, whereby it was stopped by Moi for just give him his flowers, until Kibaki became president. Then they started repaying that loan again. Yeah. For a fertilizer factory that has never been built.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
So Aror Kimorer was not the first miracle that we saw in this country.
And so the question is still there, CT.
Yes.
What can the people do?
You see, that really, it is a perspective that I always ask about. You know why? How do we effectively hold leaders to account and to get them to understand that they will be held to account? Because the president, the focus is on the president. The focus should not be on the president.
You know what devolution is supposed to be about? Devolution of power. Because the way the centralized state was supposed to be extractive, yeah? So you center power in the presidency or the governor or wherever. Like the governor of Kenya, not governor of the counties, yeah?
Sir Evelyn Barry.
Yeah, which turned to the presidency. So the extraction machine. The Constitution 2010, the architecture of the Constitution 2010 was to remove that power from the center. Take it to the people. Let them make decisions in Wajir. What are the issues that the Wajir people want to focus on, the Muranga people want to focus on, the Turkana people want to focus on. That was the spirit of the Constitution. And then what that does is that had devolution succeeded, then it would not matter who the president of Kenya is. And one of the things that Senator Okiya Omtata pushes is the separation of Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Yes.
So that both the national government and counties are clients to the Treasury.
Yes.
They go there and through the control of budgets, they allocated resources. They don't need to please anybody. And you can't go around distributing development, roadside proclamations. Because had then, now if you're raising your own revenue in a county, you're also being allocated wherever, you're also getting money from equalization fund. Then why would you care who's in State House? You're focused on making sure that that money that is coming there. What did they do? They did something called, the Uhuru government did something called Uhuruto. Let me call it Uhuruto, because as you say, it's a continuous regime. Just that we imagine there's a break. What they did was something they called the Big Bang. They knew, so there was supposed to be an equalization fund, there was supposed to be a transition authority, there was supposed to be some functions that were released then.
And there was a commission for the implementation of the Constitution.
On the Constitution.
To work together with the transition authority.
That was supposed to be implemented over a period of almost 5 years, all the way to 10 years. So that you prepare these new units to receive these resources, to develop capacity to absorb these resources, and then be able to serve the people. So the central government, the centralists didn't want devolution to succeed. So what did? They released all the functions and the money at once. They created a ministry that Waiguru was in charge of, called Ministry for Devolution and whatever, and put all the money meant for counties in that ministry. That ministry had 6 ministries within it. They were called departments, but it was actually, she was a super minister.
Yes.
And then now she could determine, Waiguru, the reason why she got that appointment is because before devolution, she had ordered a paper that I can't find nowadays when I search online to the World Bank about the danger of devolution, and instead proposing what they call decentralization. So let's still stay at the center, but create structures that then distribute so that inafikia. I think that's what she was implementing.
Do you remember the Moi era? Moi had something called district focus.
District focus for rural development. Something similar.
Decentralization.
Yes. But them and including our partners, the Americans, were very much against this, devolution. And you know why? It's very simple, by the way, when you break it down. Right now, one of the most corrupt ministries in this country is health. But health became a devolved function. Part of the reason why it was made a devolved function is because the centralization of corruption was hurting Kenyans. So the designers of the constitution wanted that removed from the national government. That meant if you wanted to sell CT scans to to the government, you needed to negotiate with the national government and 47 county governments. Wajir could say whether they want a CT scan or not. Kisumu could decide whether they want one or not. Remember the first scandal of Uhuru's government was what?
The MES.
The machines, the medical machines.
Okay.
Yes.
Which they bought without consulting
the county governments.
The county governments. And tried to now regularize. And then some governors said, no, we did not
didn't ask for it, so we're not
paying.
paying.
Didn't ask for it, so you're not paying. But you see, that shows the design of the centralized system, that you can go to one person to get a tender to supply the entire country. The design of devolution was you needed to go to convince 48 leaders that your tender is worth their while. So the design, the reason why centralized wanted to centralize is so that you can have one person making tender decisions. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
By devolving power, you've made me now start trying to switch talk 48 governors if I want to sell medical machines. I'm just using medical machines
as an example. Yeah.
So that money was released and functions were released. And then what happened to Kenodia Omwangi of Transition Authority?
What happened?
They put him in a
this is what happened. He was given, it was supposed to be a department that was created and then funded by government of Kenya.
Yes.
The only funds they got, they didn't get money to have an office. They didn't get money to do any programs. Him and his staff got their salaries.
Yes.
But they had nowhere to report to work. I remember Kenodia Omwangi used to walk around with his laptop, sadly, in NGO spaces. But he had no office. He had no money for office. Same thing was done to Kenya National Commission on Human Rights initially, because they were saying, you may play Ruto na Uhuru. ICC. But at least they had an office. But they just get money for salaries, no money for programs. You just defund the institution. So Kenodia Omwangi was not able to prepare the counties to receive devolution money. Then health, remember the health strike. If you remember during the first 2 years of Uhuru's, there was a doctor strike. It was actually sponsored by State House to make health, because Kenyans, the one of the main point of contact between Kenyans and government is in the dispensaries and hospitals. So to make devolution, if you want to sell 2 years down the line that devolution does not work, what will the people see as the evidence of devolution not working? There's no medicine in there.
In the hospital.
In the hospitals, cannot get treatment and that kind of thing. I remember then I met the then governor of Mandera, who went with Shindo. When devolution came, those guys had not seen that kind of money. Employed, 200 health workers, started opening dispensaries all over the county. Nutritionists, because he wanted to raise the nutrition of his people. For 2 years, he did not get any money. They had pending bills they could not pay. Totally destroyed that whole thing. So they released money, which was what the big bang, released the money and functions, big bang, because we are not prepared to receive. What happens? Chaos everywhere. That was the first 2 years of
chaos, confusion, and what.
But then, because this guy was very incompetent as a leader, he was not even good at doing that. Because had that worked, now had they called a referendum 2 years after, most probably Kenyans would have said devolution ikae. But they were caught up in all these other things that they were doing, that SGR nanini, that they could not really focus on stopping devolution. And that is what this government is trying to do actually with the back door. It's actually trying to kill devolution and centralize power, because now Ruto rules by fiat. He just wakes up, decides.
Well, gentlemen, we have come to the end of the hour of the show. It's been really interesting. Kuna vitu umesema hapo nitahave kwenda kufikiria mara mbili tatu. But thank you so much, Mutemu wa Kiama.
Thank you for the opportunity for this conversation.
Perhaps next time we shall talk about some other, because there are some comments I was looking at here and I was thinking, Kama kuna mmoja hapa mtu anaongea about impunity and what happens when civil servants deductions are not remitted to their relevant circles, how many other small savers are affected, and so on and so forth.
And you know what that says? The government is broke. It doesn't have the money.
Yeah.
That's why it's not remitting. It's because haina do. It's broke.
So whatever they are taking, they have got to.
That's why they are securitizing even what you're paying, what is coming out of your pay slip.
Yeah.
For housing, whatever, is being tied down to 20 years from now to borrow.
But what happens to the tax they collect? Ama ndio tunangangana nayo kulipa madeni.
Ask yourself a very simple question. What percentage of our revenue goes to paying taxes? When you answer that question, you realize what remains, my friend.
Paying taxes or paying debt?
Debt, sorry, not taxes.
Paying debt.
I meant debt. What remains?
This budget, unauliza kama ni mwananchi, is 4.4, of which 1.1 is unfunded.
The budget is 4.8.
4.8, yeah. 1.1 is unfunded. Hajui hiyo pesa itatoka wapi, lakini iko kwa budget. 1.1 trillion.
Shout out to Nyaga Junior, Robert Nick, Willis Juma na wale wengine kama Nixon Otieno. Sijaweza kusoma comments zako. Kevin Scout as well, thank you so much, and everyone else across our social media spaces. Let's do this again on Monday, bright and early, same time. Right now though, here's the news.